Body meeting for the 28th of August. I think we have a quorum now. Could I invite councillors to take their seats? Thank you. We will start with apologies, and I'll ask Sandra to note those, please. Thank you.
We have His Worship the Mayor. We have Councillor Henderson for lateness on council business. Councillor Dalton for early departure.
I've got lateness from Councillor Leone. Oh no, you're here now. Sorry, I got your text. Sorry. Councillor.
If we went any later than 3:30, I'd have to leave on early departure.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll note that. Any other apologies or early departures? Right, I will move those. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dalton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Now we have a move to allow some people to attend by electronic attendance. Sandra, would you please note those? I think there are 2 for sickness and 1 for another reason. So who they are first?
We've got Councillor Bartley, Councillor Ferry and Councillor Williamson, all under Standing Order 3.3.3b. This is for later.
Can I just ask a question in regards to this particular one? For those that are leaving early, I'm sort of thinking ahead. For those that are leaving early, I'm unsure whether they'll go online as well, and that way it'll save any amendment or recommendation whether they could be put on there. If not, I'm fine. It'll just cover it off. That's all.
Councillor Dalton? No. Councillor Sayers? Right, there we go. Thank you.
That's why I thought if we put Councillor Sayers' name there when you do, that way we don't have to put an amendment or anything else in there, Greg. That way it just gets done.
As long as it covers, you can't attend through sickness and other things if it's appropriate. That's all. Yeah.
All right, I think someone in the middle of all that, someone moved and seconded. Who was that? It was Councillor Sayers, Councillor Hills. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, carried. We will just wait for a couple of minutes while those who are online will get the link. While we're waiting, just remember everybody that this meeting is being live webcast. Right, we move now to acknowledgements, and I would like to acknowledge the passing of a fine Aucklander, Vale John Barnett, a great Auckland citizen who was an absolute powerful and influential leader in the cinema and television industry. His belief in the international power of our local stories, such as Whale Rider, Foot Rot Flats and Sione's Wedding, really put New Zealand film and television firmly on the world map. He was also a huge supporter of the team who built the Auckland Waterfront Theatre and a great supporter of the Auckland Theatre Company. In fact, I saw him there at the opening of their latest production only on Saturday night. The Mayor is attending his funeral today, which is why I'm in the chair. I know the Mayor won't mind me saying that he and John, or Barney as he called him, developed cinemas and film studios together, owned a television channel together, and I know the Mayor and his wife only just attended his 80th birthday last week. I know I speak for all of us when I send our sincere condolences to his wife, the Honourable Sarah Katz, his family, friends, and everyone he worked with over his significant career. Moi mai rā, may his memory be a blessing. Please join with me in standing for a minute's silence. Thank you. Kia ora, thank you. There are no declarations of interest, so therefore I'll move to confirm the minutes of our last meeting of the 31st of July. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Williamson.
No, sorry, I just said I was interested. Was there any declaration of interest?
I'm very pleased to hear that, councillor. But you can second the confirmation of the minutes then. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We had one request for public input which has been declined under 7.7.6 by Lancelot Cheshire. My understanding is the matter is most appropriately directed to the Chief Executive, who has given that person the appropriate next steps. No local board input, no extraordinary items, so we move now into our agenda. The first item, information only report, status update on action decisions from the governing body meeting on the 31st of July. I'm happy to move. Councillor Leone will second. Any questions or debate? I'll move it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 8 is our Chief Executive and CFO update. We've had a big month this month, especially with the Auckland Future Fund, and I'd like to welcome to the table, along with our Chief Financial Officer, the Chair of the Future Fund, Chris Swashbrook, here. So if you've got any questions about the Auckland Future Fund and the SOI later, please direct them to the Chair of the Auckland Future Fund now, because he does have to go early and can only stay for this item. But before we hand over to him, I will start with our Chief Executive. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, in the interest of Chair Swashbrook's time, I might just pause on my update and suggest that we move straight to an update from Chris, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Phil, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought it appropriate to come and talk to you now that we've made the big announcement around the appointment of a investment manager. It has taken some time, and I do want to talk to you about that and the process that we went through. Before that, I would just like to recap some numbers so that everyone has the facts as they currently stand. So first of all, I want to start with a market comparison. So this is global markets. Over the period 9 December, when we received the proceeds from the sale of the Auckland Airport shares, to the 30th of June, the S&P 500, so the global index that most people follow on a daily basis, was up 2.5%. Auckland Airport over that time was down 7.13%, and the Auckland Future Fund was up, meaning a positive return, of 4.06%. In terms of if we step to interest, which is we obviously receive the proceeds and we put it on term deposit, the interest that we received from 9 December to 31 July was $33.4 million. That equates to $142,000 per day for 235 days. If we just step down to the share sale, and I'll do a comparison on the share sale versus the long-term plan, the actual share sale realised $1.319 billion. That was a positive variance of $18 million on the long-term plan. The transaction and advisory costs, there were no transaction costs on that. That is actually unheard of in the capital markets. You have to appreciate that. We spent $350,000 on legals and independent advisor costs to ensure that we were acting in the best interests of the residents and the ratepayers. That is a $12.65 million positive variance in fees. Everyone hates paying fees. $12.65 million. You can put us in charge of other things if you want to save fees. And the budget was $13 million. So the net proceeds was was 30.65 million better. Now, these numbers have all been spoken about, and I don't mean to rehash it, but it is important to step down and then look to yesterday. The Auckland Airport share price was $7.60. We sold, just to remind everyone, for $8.08. That is down 5.94% from where we sold. So the value of the Auckland Future Fund as at yesterday is $1.314 billion. To $1.314 billion, and the value of the Auckland Airport shares would be $1.241 billion. That is a positive variance of $73 million. The distribution that the Auckland Future Fund paid the council was $38.43 million. You have that in the bank. The dividend that you would have been entitled to receive from Auckland Airport was $10.2 million over the period. That is a positive variance of $28.23 million. So the additional value, the additional distribution, you are, the residents and the ratepayers, are $101.23 million better off. So thank you. So I just wanted to lay it out that way. So if we move forward and say we didn't sell the Auckland Airport shares, we have, but this is just for hypothetical purposes. What was the dividend that you gave up in the next period for the council if you owned it versus what we are going to pay you at the Future Fund? You are giving up a forecast of approximately $22.3 million in dividends, and we are going to pay you $69.1 million. That is 203% more than you would have had coming into the council for you to execute on. So with that, I'm going to switch to the timeline. So we've sold the shares. I've given you the numbers there, and I'm happy to take questions. But if you would just allow me to go through the timeline around the appointment of an investment manager. When Craig, David, and I were appointed, the council had started a process of appointing an investment manager, and you know, we hadn't really had input into that. We ceased that, and we focused on maximising the value for the Auckland Airport shares, because that was the single most important activity to do to achieve the best outcome for the council and the ratepayers and the residents of the city. So that occurred in December, and then we started on a new RFP preparation through the December to February period. Christmas holidays, people went away. We began through January and February identifying participants. I would like to say that I was in Europe and I went to Switzerland at no cost to the Future Fund, no cost to the council, no cost to the residents and the ratepayers, and went and saw investment managers in Switzerland to broaden the potential pool of people that could pitch into us. And some of these people had never pitched into a mandate in this part of the world, even with the New Zealand Super Fund, as far as I'm aware. And so on the 13th of February, the board instructed the council to initiate the RFP documentation. On the 21st of February, the RFP opened for 4 weeks. So between the 21st of February and the 4th of March, there was an RFP question period where the board responded. On the 14th of March, the RFP closed. Now, there were a total of 21 responses. We went out to 22 parties globally. I can talk to you to the names if you'd like to know the list of names. We carried through people from the initial council process, and we made sure that we were fair on everyone that approached. We set up a panel with an independent advisor in Mapua Wealth. Now, Mapua Wealth have some very experienced people there. Chris Douglas, who used to be in Chicago for Morningstar Fund Research, so looks at funds globally, looks at asset managers globally across asset classes. Aaron Drew who's also another principal at Mapua, was one of the early people setting up the New Zealand Superannuation Fund. So we had very good insights to establish the fund in the right way. And bear in mind, the fund has been established as a long-term investment vehicle. So short-term fluctuations in the market on a long-term investment vehicle are frankly just noise. And so we move through to the evaluation process, which was the 24th to the 28th of March. By the 2nd of April, we had notified the non-shortlisted participants. And the shortlisted participants on the 3rd of April were sent follow-up questions from the board. 9th of April, the shortlisted participants respond to interview questions. We had in-person interviews on the 10th of April, and 13th to the 23rd of April, post-interview information provided back to us. On the 28th of April, the board requested Mapua, our independent advisor, prepare a reference portfolio. And why did we do that? Because every asset manager around the world has a different approach. And we had to start to standardise what we were receiving. And yes, you say, well, why didn't you do that at the beginning? Because you don't know what you're going to get. You know, it's always easy to turn around and say, well, you should have done the reference portfolio at the beginning. We had a reference portfolio, but we wanted to fine-tune that. So on the 16th of May, we had a board meeting to agree the reference portfolio. On the 19th of May, the reference portfolio was sent to the shortlisted participants. And on the 26th of May, reference portfolio responses were received. And then up to the 3rd of June, we assessed those. On the 4th of June, the top 2 suppliers were agreed by the board. We had online meetings with them. We had a board meeting on the 13th of June to resolve our preferred supplier. 16th of June, due diligence and contract negotiations commenced. And we worked through that period, and on the 28th of July, unsuccessful shortlisted participants were notified they were not selected for progression to the final contract negotiations. Due diligence included externally audited financial statements, management accounts, confirmations from external legal advisors, bank managers, and bear in mind, a lot of these investment managers are operating in different jurisdictions. So it's not just picking up a piece of paper here and looking at it. You have to take your time and get expert advice. We had to look at audit considerations. We had to consider things like controls reports. These are very complicated documents that require a lot of thought and making sure that they're within the period that the Auditor General can accept. You know, they can only accept a controls report within 3 months of the respective balance date. Now, different jurisdictions operate on different year ends, creates challenges, and how are you going to bridge that gap? How are you going to satisfy audit? Legal advice. We had extensive legal advice, agreeing reporting requirements and delivery, draft instructions. So it was a big list of things to get through. At no point have we sat back and not done something every week on this project. So by the 7th of August, the supplier recommendations are drafted. We've approved it by the 13th of August. Due diligence concludes on the 22nd of August. 23rd of August, contract executed. 24th of August, appointment announced. So again, a similar process as this with the custodian. I won't labour that, but I have stepped you through every point that we have gone through as a board, and with the fantastic council team that has been working. I can't speak highly enough of them. And in particular, Candy Pretorius, if I can pick out one person, working tirelessly on this, on her holidays and things like this. So it is really important to acknowledge the whole team on this and thank them. And with that, happy to take any questions you've got.
Thank you very much. It's really great to get the facts as they are, and I appreciate you doing that. Remember that these are questions not just for the Auckland Future Fund, but on the SOI later. First question I have is from Councillor Fletcher.
I really appreciate the detailed way in which you have replied to us and outlined the timeline and the sequence of events. I detect some impatience in your voice. And I guess I want to come back to the reference portfolio timeline that you talked about. How important is it for the integrity of this fund at the startup stage that you were comparing apples with apples, so to speak?
Councillor Fletcher, it's probably one of the most important things you can do, because you can put everyone on a level playing field and make the best assessment then of who's got the capabilities that we want. And so it was a question of getting that right, and we got, as I said, expert advice from Mapua. And it's not like Craig, David and I are not experienced in these things, but you always want to sense check what you are doing and have that independent lens over it. And so we really did, you know, again, just to reiterate, it's a long-term investment vehicle, and we are very focused on setting it up for the future, and that it's robust. You can't just chop and change investment managers very easily. And so when you make that decision, you are making it for, to be fair to everyone, a minimum of 5 years.
Thank you for that response. My second question is rather more personalised. I speak on behalf of the Mayor here. We are well pleased with the performance of the directors that have been appointed, and those directors are remunerated in accordance with our CCO policy. But could you give me an indication of what the cost to council might have been in normal charge-out times for a professional of your kind?
Oh, that's an open invitation to oversell yourself, Councillor Fletcher. But it would be into the seven figures, you know, in terms of the time and money spent on consultants and things like that. And if anyone knows me, and you know, to pick your advisor around town, they know that I'm absolutely ruthless on fees, you know, because that's money out of all of our pockets, and so we have to drive a hard bargain, and I can assure you that we have driven a hard bargain on fees. In fact, it's not often you see the Swiss flinching, but they were flinching, and so I am very pleased to say we have saved a lot of money. I am proudest of the Auckland Airport sale and those transaction costs, 0, and legal and advisory costs, which you have to have, of course, at $350,000. That is a mammoth saving for the ratepayers and the residents.
Thank you for that. And while I'm aware of the agenda item, I probably won't need to speak later, but may I also speak in favour of the Auckland Council staff who have supported the Auckland Future Fund through this important and complicated startup. I think it's got a great future, and the staff that I have had the opportunity of working most closely with probably is Megan Holly, but all of them have been working some very, very long nights, and I want to acknowledge their dedication and their commitment to making this an enduring fund for Auckland.
Thank you, Councillor. Next question, Councillor Darby.
Thank you, Christopher, for stepping us through that. Thanks for the conversation earlier. I want to acknowledge you and your 2 other board members on landing this appointment of Von Tobel, a name that was not familiar to me. And I've had a brief look, but I might ask you to elaborate on what this entity is. But look, I just want to say to you, as I said, you know, publicly, as I said at the back of the room, it's my job to keep the blowtorch on, and I was, because there's a lot at stake here. And I was the one councillor who was asking some pretty blunt questions about the status of this, and it was only, the organisation only sent out update emails after I was asking these questions, and that's my job. And you've done your job, and you've done your job extremely well. So maybe you can come to Von Tobel and just maybe elaborate on what's their point of difference. You know, what's their reach? What are the sort of top 5 things that you saw in Von Tobel that maybe others didn't bring? I know we need to be careful about, I'm not asking you to name others or compare others, but just what are the highlights about this company?
I think if I could summarise it, I mean, they are a Swiss company. Typically, when you think about Switzerland and you look at the companies listed on the stock exchanges, they're conservative and long-term thinking in their nature. That marries very well with what we want to achieve at the Auckland Future Fund. So we like that aspect. They are still family controlled, so they have values, and that is very important, not just on an ESG, but we like their value set, we like their engagement, their ability to actually talk to the directors and engage freely with the Auckland Future Fund. There were, many large names, and it will come out in the fullness of time in the RFP. The risk that we all felt strongly about with some of the bigger names is you just become one of many in a box, and $1.3 billion is a lot of money to us here, but globally it's not that significant if we're honest with ourselves. And so we liked the fact that Vontobel had the global capabilities of everyone else, but they could provide us with service. We could engage with them. We could talk frankly. And it's not that you can't talk frankly with other investment managers, but their skill set and their ability to engage with us, we felt was truly unique. And there's there is a lot to be said for Swiss conservatism. Switzerland is they are a truly global financial services centre, and that was attractive to us as well. We had three. As I mentioned, I went to Switzerland and we got 3 Swiss parties which is pretty unique, to bid into the RFP process and make submissions. So Craig, David, and I have been around a long time in the markets. We had French asset managers, we had Scandinavian asset managers. Who would have thought we'd ask a Scandinavian asset manager to? We really went global and looked at our history. I started in stockbroking in 1995. It's a compounding knowledge business, and so we brought that all to bear.
Thank you. That's a good view. And just going forward, I'm sure Aucklanders will be really interested in what their Auckland Future Fund is invested in, and the New Zealand Super Fund. You can find out. And if you've got your KiwiSaver account, you get a monthly report and you can see the top 20 equity holdings or, bonds or whatever it is. How are they likely to report to you and then you report to us? Is it?
You will have we will report full transparency as well. So setting up the reporting frameworks was, to your point, a very important thing. And how are we meeting the council's greenhouse gas emissions? And because we have to, you have to play that through the council annual report as well. So all of these things take time, and so, but we will tell you, exactly where the funds are invested.
Is that on a quarterly or a monthly? And I don't mean you coming to a meeting, because
I imagine we will certainly provide that on an annual basis. We wouldn't be doing that on a monthly basis because that would just be very challenging. In terms of quarterly, I haven't spoken to the rest of the board about that. I think certainly I can commit right here and now that we will give you all and the ratepayers and the residents full transparency in the annual report. That would seem to me to be the most logical place to do it.
Yeah, just on that, Councillor, the direction for the timeliness and the committee structure for reporting will be determined next term by the new mayor and the new council. Yeah. But what we're getting here is confirmation that there will be regular reporting and transparency. Thank you. Councillor Turner, you're next. Question from you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Your presentation was so concise and the timeline was, so good. I tried to just look through here, and what I saw last night when I had a look through too. I didn't see it that concise. I might have missed something. Can I have a copy of your notes?
Yeah,
or
sure.
some-
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
that gives me something I can put as a background to how I develop my
Yeah,
questioning.
we can.
Councillor, I've already asked for that myself, and I think what we'll do is we'll circulate them to everybody.
Yeah,
Thank you very
we'll put it into a nice pack for you today.
Oh,
tomorrow.
it's simple, no, just one page
Yeah, no,
was a really good
absolutely,
bit.
but
Thank you.
yeah, without my handwritten notes on it, maybe.
It'd be helpful too, maybe.
You haven't seen his handwriting. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Thank you very much, Chair, and your presentations ruined all my patsy questions on this, but I do just want to confirm on, so ensure I understand it. So essentially where we are now, the capital's $100 million better than if we just had the airport shares, but also based on the LTP we earned, if you count the lack of fees, we're $30 million better off as well.
So on the share sale, you were $30 million better off. Today, on just marking airport shares to future fund value, you're $73 million better off. Where the delta comes there that you're talking about is that we paid you a distribution of $38.43 million, and if you just held the airport shares, you would have got $10.2 million in dividend. So there's the 28.23 that adds up to the 101.3 that I'm talking about.
Yeah. So at this stage, we're sitting at 4 times the revenue, almost 4 times the revenue of the airport airport dividends if we just held on.
Right.
The other question was, and this might be for us, not you, but I can't remember looking at the fund manager you've chosen. It looks like their returns are higher than what we've factored into the LTP. So are we still locked into the 5.5 with a 2% increase? What's the additional? Would that just grow the capital?
Exactly. Should we achieve higher returns than what are the 7.24% and we pay you 5.24%, that will be retained in the fund to grow the capital of the fund. The idea was always to retain 2% on the capital growth to grow the fund and fight inflation, depending on where the inflation rate is. Of course, again, reiterating, investing is a long-term process, and the returns, none of us know what they'll be next week, let alone in 12 months' time. We're setting this up for the long term.
But based on obviously you can't tell the future, you can only tell the past, but based on the averages, you'd be expecting actually higher increases in capital over time and actually probably higher payouts than the LTP. Like if you talk about a 10, 20 year situation.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think if you look back 10 or 20 years over the markets and look at long-term market returns, they would suggest that the return target is achievable. I would caution that we have been in very unusual times. Yeah. So what quite happened in terms of financial markets? You've got to remember, it's not yet 20 years ago that we had the global financial crisis and no one thought we could go to negative interest rates. That has a big impact on asset prices, right? And you've seen that in our own real estate market here and the coming down effect. So I just caution that. Yes, we have factored in an assessment of their ability to generate returns, not over 10, not over 20, but over 50. I mean, this asset manager has been around a long time, so we looked back at their track record. That's a really attractive point. They have seen many cycles, and so, but to answer your question, yes, based on history, one could expect that, but we wouldn't be sitting here if we all had a crystal ball.
Yeah, perfect. And the last question is just a little bit to what Councillor Darby was talking about around the flexibility. So over the years, and we look at political tensions all over the world, we've already considered weapons and you talked about emissions, but what are the opportunities over time to go to the fund manager, hey, I think we should not be investing in X?
Total flexibility. Okay, absolutely. That's a key criteria. Absolutely. So the council's ESG policy is overlaid on all of this, and the obvious exclusions are there. Should there be a new exclusion, that we don't like this, we will be able to, very simply.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the update. It's been really helpful to get all that information. I just wanted to start with the numbers that you spoke about regarding the airport shares, because you said that the dividend would have gone down. Is that right?
Well, I didn't say the dividend would have gone down. I just stated what the dividend was.
Okay, because the numbers that I've got is that the revenue's gone up by 12%, the profit after tax has gone up by 12%, and the international passenger movement has gone up by 2.5%, bringing the annual dividend to 223 million. And I've just done the numbers quickly here. I mean, basically you're saying we would have only got 10 million. That means that we would have only had 5%, which is not the numbers. So can you just give me some feedback on that?
What I said was that in actual fact, the 10.2 that you're referring to was over the last year period. So I actually said that had we held the council shares, which fits in with your numbers, 223 million net profit after tax, that you would have, and that's for an interim period, from memory, you would have had a $22.8 million dividend in the year ahead. So that's what I'm talking about there. So in terms of the airport, you are talking about the headline numbers, and the headline numbers gets assessed by the market, and the market has assessed those headline numbers, and the share price has gone down. So the market was already expecting all of that, okay? So what you have to focus on is you used to own a stake in the airport, and what was the cash flow off that stake? And the cash flow off that stake in the last period, where we paid you 38.43 million, was 10.2 million. In the year ahead, the cash flow for you, if you held those shares, would be 22.8 million, and we are set to pay you, committed to pay you, 69.1 million. So the market will assess whether that is a good performance on Auckland Airport, and I'm not an airport analyst. But the market has spoken.
Is the number 10 million or 20 though? Because you said 10 when you did your presentation, and now you're saying 20 because I've given you the numbers of 223 million, and I've done that just sitting here. So that's why I just wanted the consistency from you so that we can tell Aucklanders what the actual numbers are. Look, I'm not saying that by the investment that you're doing is not better. I just want to know what the exact numbers are, because 10 million is not the number that I'm coming up with.
So there's an interim and a full year dividend. 6 months. Okay, so the 10.2 is on the 6 months. So the 22.8 million that you may have been entitled to in the year ahead is split roughly in half. Okay, so that's how the cash flows fall out. Last year, for that 6 month period, where you would have been entitled to a distribution, it was 10.2 million. So that's where the difference is coming in.
And okay, so that's fine. So basically, we've got the numbers right there. Now, in terms of the your experience, I just want to ask, in the past, if you are managing a fund of 1.3 billion, I mean, how long would that normally take? I mean, the time that it's taken on this occasion has been several months, and in your experience, is that normal to take that amount of time? And do you believe that we have lost any money because of the time that it's taken to do that?
No, the answer is no. I don't believe you've lost any money. What the key to it is to establish this properly and set up the frameworks, the processes to ensure that that this can be picked up by anyone and continued if Craig, David and I are not here tomorrow. And so that's what we were focused on.
Okay, so if someone was giving you 1.3 billion, the expectation is that it'd take you several months before you did that?
That is a different proposition to what we had to do. someone gives you $1.3 billion and you're an investment manager, of course you can deploy it much faster than that. But we are a new entity that is a future fund that has to set up all of the frameworks, conduct due diligence. So it's a slightly different question you're asking me. If you give me $1.3 billion tomorrow, I can have it invested within 2 months, of course. But that's me with an asset management cap on. That is not us as the future fund starting with a blank sheet of paper and us doing a proper job and a job that would stand up on a global basis.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, might I suggest that, and the questions are really important, given that we've heard from the Chair that he's willing to outline a written market comparison and the timeline around the Global Investment Manager, that we try and have that circulated for members by the end of today. And that might give some measure of comfort, because this is quite complicated stuff, and it's important that members have all of this information.
Yeah, thank you. I think it'll take a bit longer than that. The reason that the chair is leaving this meeting is to go to another big meeting, and I don't want to pressurise him to do something by close of today, because I know he's tied up all day. But we will get it to you tomorrow. Was that all right? Yep. And just on, for you, Councillor Leone, just to assist, this is a whole new setup that has to be set up. It's not something that already exists that goes to market. Actually, it's the setting up of a new entity that actually has taken the time. Councillor Lee, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwarzbrook. Thanks for the presentation, and it would be good to see a copy of the report or the notes you're reading from. I can understand the vehemence of your presentation, a little defensive, but probably understandable given the negative publicity about the Future Fund losing money, delays in appointment of investment managers and so on, and the cost of setting up the fund and running it. But you do, I have to say, stray into the political field when you keep going on about Auckland International Airport. The concerns people have and the ratepayers have is that Auckland International Airport was a tangible asset, obviously the biggest airport in the Southwest Pacific, and also the holder of some 1,500 hectares of land, whenua. What they have instead is a bunch of money, and you should know more than anyone coming from Goldman Sachs how ephemeral that can be. That can disappear in a switch of the market, just like that. So I think that good on you for doing the job you're being appointed to, but please spare us the politics. Don't spread salt and rub salt into the wounds about the alienation of our legacy shares in Auckland International Airport, please. Thank you. I look forward to seeing those notes.
I'm not quite sure what that question was, but I will move on. Councillor Turner.
Thank you for a second chance. I just listened to you, and thank you very much. And I understand the importance of setting up the vehicle right in the beginning. You did make the comment about a snapshot in time just being noise compared to the long-term view, and you've just given us really a snapshot in time. So just listening to what you've said, and when I'm talking to the public, the only real tangible benefit right now is that 33 million, which came down to 28 million, that was given back to council right now. The rest of it all is really just a snapshot in time. Is that right?
That is absolutely right. We are picking a time period to discuss this, but what is tangible is that we paid you a distribution of 38.43 million.
I'm sorry,
38.43.
Okay.
And what should you have held airport shares? What you would have been entitled to is 10.2
for 6 months
to the period ending 30 June 2025.
For 6 months.
Yeah, for 6 months.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Not having a particularly big investment portfolio myself, I struggle at times to just follow the kind of the relativity of various investments, particularly over a longer period of time. And I understand what you say about, you know, the dividend returns or the cash flow. In your comparison to the Auckland Airport shares, I'm just trying to understand the difference between the capital growth components of the various investments. I know we had a diversified assets portfolio a few years back before that was sold off, and that brought good yearly returns. Some years a lot better than others, but a good return just in that dividend payout. However, in respect of the airport shares, from the period of 2011 to 2019, the shareholder returns went from 70 million to 2.471 billion. That was an increase of 2.4 billion in shareholder returns made up of capital growth and dividends. So my simple question at the end of that, and we of course are the beneficiaries of that today. We've just got 2.1 billion. If we'd sold all the shares back as a number of the legacy councils did, well, we wouldn't be getting this windfall. So my question after all that is, can we expect that same phenomenal capital growth in this fund that we experience with the Auckland International Airport shares?
I think you can expect returns in line with the long-term LTP. I think, again, to Councillor Turner's point, you know, everyone can pick a snapshot, and if you think back in time to Auckland Airport, it was a time of strong growth. They didn't have the demanding CapEx profile that they have now, which changes the business, which changes the return profile for companies like an airport. They require significant investment, and as you've seen with Auckland Airport, they are undertaking that now and have raised a significant amount of capital to do so. So look, I can't speak to the, you know, we can all look at the past. I can't speak to the future, but the LTP guides you as to what we think is achievable in terms of long-term capital growth for the Auckland Future Fund. I would love to sit here and say we can do better. Of course, I want to do better, but markets are uncertain. You know, in the short term, they're a weighing machine. In the long term, they're a voting machine. And I emphasise the need to be long term to, you know, to capture that.
Absolutely, and I think that was the point I was trying to make, is that councils as institutions that are here in perpetuity should always take a long-term view, and I guess if you take the long-term view, even with the historical perspective, that particular investment this council has done very well out, as evidenced by the money you now have to invest. So agree with you about the long-term view.
Well, thank you. That brings us to the end of our questions. So, Chris, I just want to say on behalf of us all, one, thank you for fronting up. I think you have clearly explained the position of where we are today and how we got there. I think you have also given Aucklanders confidence in what we're doing is the right thing, and I look forward to the positive media around your presentation today. But on behalf of us all, thank you to you and to Craig and David for the work that you are doing, and all the best for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right, councillors, I will now hand back to our Chief Executive to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, and thank you, Chris. It was important that we just took a moment to give you a fulsome briefing on this and keep faith with questions that have regularly come up in this slot in previous governing body meetings. As the Deputy Mayor indicated, going forward, there'll be a regular rhythm with reporting into our committee structure from both a CCO governance and a finance perspective. So detail to follow because it's dependent on the committee structure in the next term. I've got a few things to cover with you. Ross will talk in a little bit more detail, but admittedly we're 1 month into the financial year, but you know, things are okay after that 1 month, favourable in terms of revenue and expenditure. Probably doesn't bear too much deep analysis being 1 month in, but Ross will cover that shortly. I do want to acknowledge, and this was in the public arena yesterday, do want to acknowledge the performance of the port, who are, if we think about the improving trajectory of dividend from the port, they are ahead of schedule and have given a dividend that we were expecting in an improved level next year. And in addition, the $45 million special dividend from the sale of the Marsden Maritime Holdings shareholding is coming through as well. So good news. And I do acknowledge that, and I know this has been of intense interest to the governing body previously, you know, I do acknowledge that alongside that financial result, you've got continued good performance in terms of health and safety, workforce relations and so on the port, so really positive. There are some things to acknowledge. The announcements around building reform are worth noting here, particularly the joint and several liability question, which you will know, those who have been around for a while will know this has been a point of advocacy, of concern and advocacy for council for many years. The liability that council assumes through the leaky building episode and what have you is finally going to be addressed. The detail is to follow because it's dependent on the scheme that gets put in place around building warranties and insurance, but at least the political commitment has been announced to move in that direction. And you know, don't underestimate the significance of that in financial and other terms for the council. So a little moment to kind of celebrate that long-standing advocacy on your behalf. There are other structural changes indicated in the building control sector. Most obviously, they will have a bearing on smaller councils who may choose, given the political signal, to consolidate building regulation functions. It's probably to be anticipated that it'll be less relevant and impactful here because we are already regional, we are already the biggest building consent authority in the country and so forth. So just wanted to acknowledge that. I wanted to ensure you knew that post your delegation to me, we are now in the formal negotiation process with central government around the regional deal. The government appointed Wayne Eagleson to lead that on their behalf, and we are now in the process of those discussions, and we should have some output from those negotiations to bring back to you in due course. I can't promise exactly when that will be, but the time frame is through the back end of this year to conclude something, and just to acknowledge that that's intended to come to you for endorsement. Whether it arrives before the end of next month when we close out this term or whether it's in the new term, I'm not quite sure, but I will communicate with you in any event as progress is made. I want to acknowledge as well that the water services legislation was finally passed, so those changes are fully in place now. Further on the government relations and legislative front, the arrival of the Transport Reform Bill, the legislation enabling change in that transport space, is imminent. I can't give you a precise date, but it could be around the end of next week, and we'll communicate with you immediately that is received. We do have workshop time in your diaries. We may just have to play around a little bit with that. It makes sense to bring you together for a discussion around the transport reform indicated in that bill as soon as practical after it arrives. And then we'll need to kick into the process of preparing a submission on that legislation. The further in the CCO space, just want to acknowledge that the branding of events for the future is now in place, with Auckland Council events now being the brand that all regional events will be flying under, and that relates obviously to decisions made earlier in the CCO change process. I want to acknowledge that the new General Manager of the Auckland Urban Development Office is now in place and has started, and with it the ongoing changes that we're looking to make in that space in terms of coordination of development activity, liaison with central government in terms of infrastructure investment and private sector as well to achieve the development outcomes that we've got. So big body of work happening in that space, and good to have the General Manager in there. In the recovery space, further positive progress there. There are now 958 buyout offers accepted. 880 have been concluded now in terms of the full sale process. 300 of the properties that have been bought have now been removed and the sites cleared. In the wider, slightly wider sphere in terms of the blue-green projects, the TRIC committee, Councillor Baker, will be considering the purchase of properties under that scheme in the Clover Drive area. I'm looking for Councillor Henderson and can't see him. Can also confirm that construction's physically started now on the two Mangere blue-green projects, Te Ararata and Haranea. I wanted to acknowledge that in the last, it's happening in tranches, but quite significant effort by a number of staff to appear before the coronial inquiry relating to the deaths in 2023 in those weather events. Pretty tough stuff. They've been looking at Council's response, our preparedness, the recovery effort, and a whole lot of technical aspects in that space. And I just want to thank the staff who have been participating on our behalf in what's quite a difficult process. The election preparation well in hand. There are 477 candidates standing for office, which is slightly up on the election process 3 years previous. And just to acknowledge, I have a statutory responsibility to promote the election and the voting option and so on. So there are efforts underway around that, and very significantly the number of voting places, these ballot boxes around the region has been significantly expanded in terms of number, and there are 24 libraries that are also voting sites. So we're doing our best there. I probably shouldn't say this, but Am I optimistic about voter turnout increasing? Not really, but it won't be because of the appropriate effort being made by the elections team to try and promote it. Just finally, in terms of operating performance, we're pretty much on track with our metrics there. Customer satisfaction being sustained, other volumes being slightly increased, the same pattern as I've talked to you about previously in terms of numbers through the doors of our libraries and our leisure centres and so on. Building consent satisfaction's actually increased quite nicely, actually up to 80% customer satisfaction. It's 9% improvement on the 12 months previous, July 24. And because it's a nice little proxy in terms of the extent of development activity, and we remain concerned, you will hear this narrative, we remain concerned about the construction sector being subdued in the city, but pleasingly, 1,629 building consent applications in July. That's an 11.5% increase on the same period a year ago. So a good indication there, one would hope, in terms of economic activity. Just two other things. We're concerned about Lagoima requests. The volumes are going up significantly. 165 live Lagoima requests right at this moment. I actually haven't got the numbers right in front of me, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. It was about 165 on a base of what's more likely, more typically about 100 or so. Well, I suspect they're peaking because of the season, yes, but quite a volume of work processing those. Very finally, and I usually like to finish on a positive in terms of awards. The 2025 Aquatics Industry Awards have just taken place. Kate McMullen, the Tepid Baths, won Lifeguard of the Year. Council's lifeguard team took out the best in country for the third year in a row. And shame the mayor's not sitting next to me, but the Karanga Plaza pool, Brownies pool, so-called, won the Innovation Award. So, all good.
Thank you for that. We'll now move to our Chief Financial Officer. Morning, Ross.
Good morning, everyone. So in the report, it does talk about the Auckland Future Fund, and we've had the chair go through the appointment of the Global Investment Manager. The other item to note in there, though, is the bill. So the Auckland Future Fund bill has moved through the committee process and has been reported back with no changes. So some good progress on that front as well. In terms of our annual results for the financial year that's just finished, we've released the annual results, the preliminary annual results to the NZX this morning. No real surprises there. We've provided most of that information to you and publicly as part of the fourth quarter performance reporting at the last governing body meeting. So we've decided to do that early, to do it in public, as opposed to keeping everything under wraps until the NZX report goes out. So it's a good, strong result, record $3.9 billion CapEx program and good OPEX numbers, as we covered previously, including in detail at the last governing body meeting. Also, the Ports of Auckland have released their annual results. So Phil mentioned those, but those have gone out publicly this morning as well. An $85 million profit and $52 million of dividends, so ahead of budget. And actually, those are the targets that they're aiming to work towards for next year. They've achieved them a year early. So good results there. So you can see out publicly as the NZX release and the Port of Auckland results. The full Auckland Council annual report won't be released until the end of September, after the full audit process has concluded. In terms of the numbers for this year, as Phil said, it's early days yet, but things are looking good. 264 million of capex delivered in that month, 83% of budget. Some good projects delivered. Key highlights included a new section of road delivered to restore access to the Manukau Heads Lighthouse as part of repairing storm damage to roads. The tunnelling for the Clark's Beach outfall has been completed by Watercare. That project is complete. The Jubilee Bridge is now open to the public in July, and that was a project that was reported to the Rev Committee as one of the Better Value Project case studies. So a good story how that things were changed. The project was getting too expensive, but over-engineered, over-designed, and there was a reset in that project and a much more affordable outcome delivered. And so that project is now fully complete and open to the public. Also, Port of Auckland have been progressing some of their capital program in July, and that will ramp up in August as they've now got the fast-track consent for their developments down there. So that's the capex side of things. On the operating side of things for the group, we're seeing for 1 month into the year, 10% favourable on direct revenue and 10% favourable on direct expenditure, so good, strong results. In the revenue, so across the group, 10 million favourable, 4% of budget, and 25 million favourable, 6% of budget. The 10% is more as the Auckland Council results. In terms of revenue, what we're seeing is some strong regulatory and property related results. And strong ports revenue continuing. In the Watercare space, strong infrastructure growth charges coming through, and part of that is pricing changes, but we've seen some wastewater revenues declining, part of that higher rainfall demanding less demand for water. On the direct revenue, on the expenditure side of things, it is a bit early days yet. A lot of that is timing changes. We'll probably have to wait for 2 or 3 months just to see what is that trend kind of really looking like, and is that a sustainable spend below budget, or is it more closer to budget? So revenue's looking good. Some of that is property related, and it will depend on how things play out in terms of residential construction and that pipeline going forward. So yeah, generally all looking pretty good, in line with budget, slightly favourable, but early days yet. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions for our Chief Financial Officer? Councillor Turner.
One of the Chief Executive with him.
Oh, sorry.
Is that
Yep,
okay?
absolutely, yes.
Phil, I just, talking about the storm recovery, the buyouts, the properties and all that sort of stuff, I'm concerned, and I wondered if you have anything to say. We've got a rat tail of compliancing sort of building and coming off the back of this. I've sat here many times talking about how we can facilitate people with that road reserve interference of their property due to storm damage, how we can help them, how we can take away some of the costs and facilitate them to work quicker in that space. And we had a meeting here where we accepted to give some extra money to people in Titirangi, etc. But there's a lot of people now facing abatement notices for emergency work they did at the time on roadside reserve. I can give you 3 right now, where all in Titirangi, where someone's gone ahead and rectified their driveway. In one case, it's a builder, did a good job, all that sort of stuff, got working, and now 3 years later, he's facing an abatement notice. And I've got other people who I can give them to you offline. So my question is, where have we gone with all those smaller issues in the road reserve that were kind of out of scope of what we've talked about for the last 3 years, but are still all sitting out there, sort of floundering no man's land?
Councillor, can I just clarify, when you say out of scope, you're talking about out of scope of that assistance package that was agreed for example, some of the scenic drive properties? Is that...
Yes, but not confined to that. What I'm talking about is that we acknowledged that there was space there that was out of scope of everybody. Auckland Transport said just because it's our land doesn't mean we have to facilitate activity. EQC said we don't cover it. Private insurance said we don't cover it. We had a lot of people affected. Most of those people were fairly small effect, except they're trying to get the right to work on our property, and this has been a problem for a long time. So some people have taken matters into their own hands, and in an emergency, as a result of an emergency situation, some within an emergency situation have rectified their problem, and now we're going around and giving them abatement notices. This seems to be completely contrary to what I thought we were kind of trying to do for people, work for with people. What?
The truth, councillor, is I'll have to have a look into it and come back with you to you with it. The ones where we were aware and people needed assistance, they are progressing. There was an initial allowance around getting some engineering work and design done in relation to those projects. That process is ticking over. The ones you're talking about, I'll need to come back to you on, because
Thank you.
Sounds like they're outside of that scope.
Thank you. The only reason I raise it now is because I've raised it with staff in many circumstances, and it never goes anywhere. Thank you.
I'm happy to ensure that it's looked at and responded to.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hills.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. A question to Phil. I have two questions. One is on the figures, and I know the ones we probably saw in confidential maybe aren't on pools, leisure, libraries, regional parks, we seem to be smashing all the targets. We, as in your teams, and the public. I guess without getting into the politics, would you say that people are voting with their feet, that they support these types of services and support the access to important community facilities, you know, despite the rhetoric out there around rubbish roads and rates, I guess?
Well, the practical reality is that, yes, that's what's happening. You know, in the region of about 7% year-on-year growth in terms of access to those services is the feature. So, you know, 2% population growth, 7% increase, so more people are accessing them. I think there's a combination of factors. It doesn't escape me that things are subdued in terms of the economy, and some of our services represent, you know, a very affordable, you know, service to families. So I think that's a feature as well. But yes, our community really values them, and the staff are doing a good job.
Thank you. The second question is on the FAIRA funding, and I did bring this up in confidential with yourself and the Mayor as well. And I guess just for on the record, you know, I still believe that we are not empowering the boards that aren't receiving the additional funding, and some boards are having difficulty finding ways to spend their additional OPEX. And next term, you know, many of those boards are about just under half are going to be facing not cuts, but essentially cost increases they can't cover apart from cutting. But my experience is they just don't have the ability to sell or rate or maybe make a decision yet to properly, I guess they've got the responsibility for the decisions, but without the tools to be able to address those shortfalls. And are we looking at anything in the next 6 months, you know, we've got election coming up, to try and deal with that again? I know we can't keep, because we all have to find the savings from the regional pot if the local boards don't, but I just feel we are not giving them the runway or the tools to be able to deal with those cost increases, because they just don't have the decision-making power yet over staffing, over projects, over the cost of power, whatever it is. I just want to know that we are not going to leave them kind of to make hard decisions without the right tools to do it.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, the boards themselves have expressed, you know, a need for more support. I'm pleased to say that they are getting it, or at least it's planned that they will get it. There's a number of aspects to it. There are, Ross's team's involved in this as well in terms of a cross-boundary effort to make sure that they're supported with the right advice. There are, in terms of property assets and service delivery assets being optimised, because of course operating cost follows assets to a significant degree. There are plans to work with the boards in the next year to do a full analysis of their portfolio and what the opportunities are around that. So that's really important in terms of enabling them. So they are empowered to the extent that they have the decision rights that matter here. That's not a future situation, that's here now, but they need the advice and support and analysis around making those decisions, and that's where our focus is at.
And I guess the broader situation, what I'm seeing on some of the boards who've got additional OPEX, which is great, but once again, short runway, so they want to spend it or allocate it. How much information are they getting to say, look, this might be a good spend this year, but with cost pressures, you're then maybe going to have to, they'll get this new thing or this new staff member or whatever, but they don't actually, it's not perfectly catered for through an LTP process each year. So you're going to end up maybe having this really chunky, we've got a good thing, and then we have to cut it back by 80 grand so you don't have the thing. Is there enough advice going to boards to say, this is actually something you're telling people is a long-term spend, but actually can only possibly be a one-off? How are we dealing with that? I know it's very specific, but I think it is popping up a lot.
Well, it is. It looks different in different areas, but to generalise, yes, boards are getting advice about the consequential OPEX of their decisions beyond the first year. And you are right to be concerned that there are cost pressures in the out years. We've looked after some of that inflationary pressure in terms of support to boards in this year. But as I've said to the governing body at other times, beyond that, there is a cost to absorb, and we need boards to be very careful. So yes, they are getting that advice, and we will be quite careful where those decisions, for example, require additional staff. It may be that the prudent thing to do is to employ people on a fixed term basis. So we're taking measures like that because of exactly the concern you're expressing.
Yeah, thanks for that. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. Mine's to the CEO, and the question is, Phil, can you outline the work that you're undertaking to identify the infrastructural deficit that will be required to meet the government's growth targets to accommodate Plan Change 78's yield of 2 or in excess of 2 million?
I'm not in a position to outline in any detail. Suffice to say that, clearly you're right to be concerned about our infrastructure investment driven off the back of those plan changes. We've got to remember that this is about long-term capacity for housing across the region. So we're not talking necessarily about infrastructure costs that hit us at the same time, but you've been part of the discussion. We are concerned and are working in terms of our infrastructure plans. We are required to have 30-year infrastructure plans. They need to make sense in terms of the long-term land use planning that exists for the city. So I can't give you a precise answer, but yes, we're working on it, and those things need to match up.
So will that information, while accepting you can't be precise on it today, will there be further information that will be available for the September meeting of the Policy and Planning Committee, particularly around the area of wastewater?
I'm going to have to talk to some colleagues about how specific we're able to be by September with the size of that problem. I should acknowledge that Watercare and ourselves are trying to be very clear externally with what our infrastructure provides for in terms of accommodating growth. So we will continue that trajectory of being transparent around that.
I think it'll be helpful to outline where there might be constraints. Can you, just thinking ahead, should this proceed with the yield that is being currently proposed? I know that we were working to 900,000 previously, prior to Plan Change 78, and there was work around infrastructure there. What will the likely implications be on for the long-term plan?
I think the simple word is fairly substantial, potentially, depending on what decisions you ultimately make around the plan change. The long-term plan is we're going to have to look to that for a reset in terms of our infrastructure program, and within that, there'll be some quite challenging things such as the stormwater investment comes to mind.
I'm not trying to be difficult on this, but it is, from my perspective, important that we get our planning and our funding in alignment. And it really comes down to not just the enabling, but the feasible sites and what we can expect and what the reality of that will be going forward. So I'm looking for the comfort of knowing that officers are actually doing work on this in preparation, because I think it will come possibly as a big shock to an incoming council.
We are working on it. I'm not sure how far we'll get by September is my only caveat. It is worth acknowledging as well that while we're central to this clearly, there are discussions about central government investment to achieve those outcomes, and there is the question of what developers will contribute and what the system underlying developer contributions will be, levies.
Non-rating revenue, are you suggesting?
Well, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, just remember that there wasn't the infrastructure in place even for the unitary plan. Yeah. Next question, Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Just the first question relates to the Future Fund and the Future Fund bill, and the concerns many members around this table had going back to the decisions which set up the Future Fund, was the security of that money compared to the previous holding in a three-dimensional international airport and all its land and businesses. What I'm really concerned about is this council going down with, when it gets a bunch of money, such as what is in the Future Fund right now, 1.3 billion, less expenses, that the money is spent down. And what I'm concerned about to see in the report from the House Committee, 2 bullet points summarising the Council and obviously Parliament's view of this Future Fund, and that is the proposed distribution, the spend in other words, will achieve a benefit that is better for the current and future communities of the Auckland region than maintaining or increasing the real value of the fund's capital. Now, that's really surprising given it's meant to be a future fund, and it needs critical mass to actually be effective. If you talk to the experts, it's way undercapitalised to be a realistic future fund at present. But anyway, leaving that aside, and then the second point, reducing the real value of the fund's capital is the best available means of achieving that benefit. So that is really concerning if we're serious about a future fund. It's really like what happened to the Diversified Asset Fund, which we inherited from the Auckland Regional Council. It got spent very, very quickly. This looks like to be, by legislation, a slow motion version of that. Is there any comment on that, please, Mr. Wilson?
Checking if Ross wants to comment.
Or Mr. Tucker, I should say.
So you're happy to comment. So when you agree to set up the future fund, there's layers of protection. So putting the fund into a trust, making it the fund a strategic asset, gives you certain layers of protection. But what that means is that it is possible under legislation that if a new council comes in, consults with the public, has a majority vote in the governing body, they can decide to do to use that fund for other purposes, and they can go to the courts to wind up the trust and use the assets. So there is a gap in terms of that protection. What the bill aims to do is add another layer of protection and make that more certain, put more barriers, so that the fund can't be used unless it is the absolute. There's very clear public mandate for that, and everyone agrees it's the best thing to do. So what the bill does is basically imposes a supermajority of 75% requirement, and it sets very strict criteria that the fund can only be used if there's some event occurs, and the councillors, after public consultation, agree that the best solution is to go and use that fund for some future purpose, and that everything else has been considered, and that there's no other way to solve the problem, whatever that problem is. So it's about adding extra protection. It's not really possible for the legislation to say no, the fund can't ever be used for anything ever. There is existing trust law and etc. So this is providing more protection, and the view is without that legislation, it is more exposed to councils making different decisions.
So Councillor, not the normal 50% around the table, but 75%.
So, thank you. Given past performance and the council's record on controlling expenditure and extracting value for money from contracts, I think the people of Auckland would be concerned that what is meant to be a long-term investment may get spent down very quickly indeed. My second question to the Chief Executive really is, and I've raised this before, we used to get a bullet point, a very summarised but quite interesting and valuable report from our economists, and I was always particularly interested in the economic situation in the city centre, how that compared to the region in general and the country in general. Unfortunately, possibly because the information in those reports were continually on a downward track, or perhaps for other reasons, that very succinct report has disappeared. We were told things would look better
Councillor, it's
in the city
agenda.
centre.
The economic report is in the agenda.
I'll get onto that. Things will get better in the city centre because we're installing new cameras, which is challenge the science of statistics, but leave that, new cameras or not, the whole report has disappeared. Now we have a quarterly report from The Economist, which is not so detailed, but is more philosophical, if I may put it that way. And the philosophy is conventional, if I might say so, one based on neoliberal assumptions for instance, given the questions that Councillor Fletcher raised about infrastructure, one of their problems, warning lights on the dashboard, high housing costs drive away talent, which I'm sure is true, but apparently the cure is not to build and have the agency that always built houses do more of it. Again, it's poor affordability encourages people to leave for more affordable places, which is true.
Got a question coming?
However, research finds that restrictive land use in Auckland has contributed to rising house prices and reduced national GDP. We have 3 million at least consented dwellings in Auckland. They're not real dwellings, they are consented, because we don't build things, we just consent things. And that's made absolutely no difference. And despite a huge infrastructure deficit, where obviously the assumption is we need more of that. Please.
Into a question, Councillor? You're getting to
Can
a
we,
question?
can we, when we talk about productivity, which the report does do, and I think that's very germane right now, we should at least acknowledge that we own a major industrial entity called the Ports of Auckland, and that has proved in recent years to have very good productivity. No mention of that. I think we need to start referring to that, but more closer to home, Madam Chair, I think we spend just about $2 billion on capital works. We call it investment, but it's not essentially investment, it's expenditure. And the productivity of that expenditure is not good at all. Just go and look at up and down Queen Street at jobs that have been going on for, not for weeks, not for months, but for years. So yes, productivity is a concern and we need to address it. So my question is, can we have some reports about how we, as a major spender in Auckland, are going to improve our own productivity to get better value for money from the enormous amount of capital works that we contract out, mainly to Australian construction companies. Thank you. Let's have a look at that, please.
I'll just leave that there, I think. Thank you, and I'll move on to Councillor Walker.
I've got a few I've got a few questions, Phil. If it's okay for you, if I can rattle them off, you can make a note and you can address them in total. Is that okay?
Councillor, I'm ever so grateful. Thank you.
Okay. And essentially the general theme of the questions is around re-evaluating what we're doing. So the first one goes to this fairer funding for local boards. It's pretty clear to me that it actually doesn't work and there are some major issues with it. For example, the Upper Harbour Local Board has a significant asset, which is its pool and gym. And it costs a lot of money. And yes, you pointed out that, you know, funding follows assets, but the other fundamental issue that's affecting this pool is council policy, because most of the people that use it are very, very young. We make no money out of them. They're free. But the cost of the pool is substantial. So the consequence is that this fairer funding just doesn't work in practice. And I could list off a number of examples. So my particular concern is the necessity to actually revisit that. And if there are significant anomalies, we need to pick up on that immediately. And my particular view is it doesn't work. And again, I could give you any number of instances across the region where that is the case. So coming back to my theme, the necessity to re-evaluate. The other issue that's of concern that goes to healthy waters has come to prominence around the issue of the Takapuna Golf Course, which is the most popular golf course in New Zealand. And the necessity to revisit the mandate given to healthy waters where they effectively dictate the evaluation. And there is absolutely zero consideration at this point, financially, being given to the recreational value of that asset. And in point of fact, the community has pointed out that the net present value of the golf course in respect of revenue to council and savings to council is of the order of 75 million over 30 years.
Chair, I've got a point of order.
So,
Sorry, councillor, point of order. Councillor Darby.
Are we in questions or are we in
Yes,
recitals?
we are.
This is
I
a
know
question.
that may come as a surprise to some, but yes, we are.
So the question that I've got is, we gave this mandate over to Healthy Waters, where they trump everything, so they can conceivably take over areas of reserve. They could be rugby fields, golf courses, whatever, against a background where there is no complete evaluation that goes to certainly the value of recreation. And this is particularly disturbing. So I'm bringing to your attention that again we have an instance of something that is not working in terms of how we're conducting ourselves. The other concern that I've got that goes to re-evaluation is the parlous state of wastewater up in the vicinity of Warkworth, the impact on the oyster fishery. That is an ongoing issue. It's incredibly serious. Businesses and lives, when I say lives, I mean livelihoods, are in jeopardy. It would be useful to have some feedback in respect of what is happening around that issue now, because it's serious. It was a deputation to us around that.
Right, thank you.
The other question I've got goes to how we are addressing the lack of events that are coming to Auckland,
That's in the agenda.
and this is serious.
That's
So I'm
the
bringing
agenda
it
coming
to
up.
your attention in terms of a re-evaluation. It's useful if it's coming up later. And the other issue, because over the election period, the officers are going to be working on the budget for the following year, and obviously there's the criticality of how we're funding the operational cost of the CRL. And there's a great deal of urgency around that.
Right, thank you.
And I haven't finished. And part of the concern around that in respect of context is the disproportionate effect of the recent revaluations across Auckland, which was not brought to the attention of councillors early. It was not brought to my attention, certainly.
On the
There was
9th of
no
June it
report
was.
to us on that disproportionate issue. So
Councillor,
the consequences that we have
not
people
correct.
experiencing
It's not correct.
25% increases in rates and severely affecting them, especially beneficiaries, people on fixed incomes. There's an urgent issue around that because there are a lot of people that are hurting and hurting right now. And that is certainly impacting on some wards more than others. It's certainly impacting on the Albany ward. It's a severe issue. I'd like some commentary on it. Thank you.
I don't mean to minimise the significance, the importance of a range of those things, councillor. I need to be kind of guided a little bit by the chair and the meeting because, you know, we could spend quite a lot of time digging into each of those things in a slightly ad hoc way. I'm certainly comfortable, councillor, coming back to you on all of them. I'm just a bit wary about taking a lot of time today, given some of them are actually a consequence of your decisions, not mine, and they go to existing policy and settings, you know, legislative requirements in terms of rating and so on. So I'll be guided by the chair to the extent to which you want me to go through those now.
I think there are questions from the councillor, and I'm happy for you to go back to the councillor. But I want to make just one point on the rates because I think it's important. The Valuer General had made his final decision on the 6th of June, which was a Friday. On the Monday, the 9th of June, a memo went out from the CFO to all councillors, all local boards members, and in that memo was an outline, board by board, of the increases and decreases of rates across the board, across the region, for everyone to see. And my understanding, because I checked yesterday with the finance team, is no one went to them with any concerns. So I'll just leave that there, Councillor, and ask the Chief Executive to respond. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, look, and following on from what I thought was an absolutely stunning presentation from the Future Fund Chair, can I ask maybe Ross or maybe Chief Executive Phil to give some thought to giving us a bit of analysis on one other item? If you read any book about investment 101, they often say, are you better to retire debt than have the risks of the market that could fluctuate in some direction up or down? And if you read Mary Home nearly every weekend, she's saying, if you've got money, try and pay off your mortgage. Don't keep a big debt profile hoping your investments will come through. Now, we've got a massively big debt profile sitting at about 14 billion across a whole number of international currency lines and domestic lines, and the international currency ones have to be paid for because we've got them hedged, so there's some sums of money involved in the hedging as well. That doesn't come free. I'm not saying that it's the right or wrong thing to do, but I don't know what those numbers look like if we'd taken the 1.3 billion and said, let's find our most expensive debt lines within that 14 billion and just retired the debt. And I wondered if we could just get a piece of paper come to all councillors at some point saying, this is how much better off we are by having the Future Fund use it carefully. But it also needs to have an element of the risk of if there was a major collapse in the economic stock market and so on, then would we have been better off have retired the debt and be protected from that? There are issues that most companies deal with all the time. Is it better to keep your debt profile where it is and try to get a better return out of the market? Or are you safer to try and do a percentage of it as debt reduction? And so I'd really just welcome if we could get something like that at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure we can, and I just want to support the Chief Financial Officer and remember that our credit rating continues to be very high, so our debt is fine, but absolutely happy to get that memo for you. Yeah. There's no further questions, so I'm going to ask one, Ross. In the interest of having too much good news in one item, would you like to enlighten all councillors about the end of term REV report that went through and our results around that, please?
Yes, sure. So we had a report to the REV committee. Well, a couple of reports. One was the savings, the achievement of savings target for the year, and then another report looked at the savings targets over the last 3 years of this council term, and then broader benefits as well, looking at procurement benefits and asset recycling targets and the like. So in terms of efficiency of the savings target, so total savings, including the 90 million in the LTP and what was achieved during the year, the savings target for the last financial year was $174 million. That's about 7% of rates. So if without that savings targets, the average rates increase would have been 7% higher. Now the 5.8% would be more than double if those progressive targets each year hadn't been met. If you look at the savings achieved in each of those 3 years and add it together, that comes to 418 million, and that's 44 million or 12% more than was in the budget in terms of annual budgets and long-term plans. So we've overachieved targets by $44 million to grow those targets to 174 million or 418 million over 3 years.
Is that the highest savings target we've ever had in the history of Auckland Council?
That's the highest amount, that's the highest savings achieved over any 3-year period, and the savings build each time over each other. If you look at those procurement benefits, value, not necessarily hard savings against budget, but value achieved, cost avoided through procurement, that's about another $90 million, and there's about 90 million of asset sales. Add it all together, and over those 3-year period, it's about $600 million of value achieved for Aucklanders through savings, value for money, better procurement over that period.
Thank you. And just in the case you didn't realise, it's a very, very large number. So well done to you and the team for that. At the risk of thinking we got to the end of the questions, I was terribly wrong. So I'll go now to Councillor Leone.
I think it's great to hear about the savings, and I know for some Aucklanders that would see that. In terms of the interpretation of how that then equates to rates, can I just first of all get an idea, obviously the Deputy Mayor has just highlighted that's the best savings that we've had. Have we had around 500 million savings before as well though?
I think a little bit, less than that. We did a similar sort of end-of-term report previous term, and the numbers were smaller than the ones for this term.
447, and that was a combination of savings, value for money, and asset sales was the end-of-term result for last term. I'm aware of those
Okay,
figures.
so 470 million, so, I mean...
Compared to the 600 apples with apples
600.
comparison.
Okay. And just in terms of the rates then, because we have saved a lot more money, is that just going, the additional amount, does that go on to the debt? Or because I'm guessing a lot of Aucklanders are wanting to know then how that equates to the rates continuing to go up?
So we, the savings targets are baked into our budget. So when we set the rates, we set targets we set a savings target, and we don't put the rates up by as much as we'd have to without those targets in place. The fact that we achieve it means we're meeting budget. To the extent that we overachieve, well, that happens after we set rates. So it's retrospective, and that benefit will flow through to debt, but we do factor in any favourable trends, savings performance is factored into the budgets as we work through our budget projections each year. So all those things are essentially flowing through to rates and to debt. Okay, and just the last one, just coming back to the debt and the revenue that we've got at the moment, because, I mean, obviously, I think the concern that's been highlighted about some parts of Auckland having the 20% increase, has that happened before as well? I mean, is that something that has regularly happened in the history of the council over the last 15 years to have that amount of increase? So the average rates increase this year is 5.8%, so that is an average, and the nature of averages is there people above and below. Our analysis suggests that you've got 50% of ratepayers above that and 50% below, and that all depends on how their value has moved compared to the last valuation. Bearing in mind that the average residential value has fallen by 9%, so it depends how properties have had it compared to that. So every 3 years is a revaluation, and every 3 years there are some properties that have large increases in value compared to the average. And so every 3 years we have these issues with 20, 30% increases for some properties, but other properties have decreases. This time around, we've had about 3% of residential properties have an increase above 20%, but we've seen 15% of residential properties have a decrease in rates. So there are winners and losers, it all moves around. But acknowledge that, in the current sort of environment with cost of living pressures, anyone that gets a large increase, they get a rates bill that's high, it's going to be a concern, and people will struggle. And there are a range of support options we have available to support that, such as rebates and rates postponement, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Watson.
I guess, and this is to continue the rates question, and I did mention this briefly to the CEO earlier on the week, but I'm just interested, Ross, in your response. The chair referred to the rating valuation data, which shows local board areas where they sit in relation to the average. As you said, the residential properties declined by an average of 9%. So obviously, if you did better than that, you expect you would expect, given the previous occasions where you'll be paying proportionally more in your rates. I guess what has been missing from my perspective, and I think you mentioned, 3% of properties or residential ratepayers experiencing 20% type of increases. What I'm interested to hear from you is whether, when you see that data, and whether it's possible then to identify local board areas that will be largely affected by that. Obviously won't be everyone, but where, and certainly seems to be the response this time, where we have the rural wards have been hit hard, parts of the North Shore and Hibiscus Coast have been hit hard. To what extent are you able to say, to generalise and to say, yes, there will be a lot of people in those areas who are hit with way higher rate increases than 5.8, which certainly seems to be the feedback we're getting. It's not just some, it seems to be most.
So once the values were certified by the Valuer General on the 6th of June this year, we were able to look at the data and release those kind of trends. And so we got that out, as the chair said, to all elected members, on Monday the 9th of June, and that did indicate, board by board, what those averages were, what were the increases and decrease by bands. It identified, at that point, that it was generally areas further from the city centre that where values had held up better. That had identified, I think, Rodney might have been flat or 1% increase in terms of value. And there was an average rates increase in the Rodney local board area of about 15%. So that doesn't suggest that everyone is getting 20, 30, 40% rates increases. That's an average of 15, and there will be people that go up and down. But there was probably likely to be a higher proportion of ones that are at the more extremes in those areas. It's not exclusive. It's not everyone, and there are people all across the city where their particular properties have gone up in value, and therefore their rates have as well.
I guess my point is that, and you will know this better than most, given the response, that there really is an onus on council, and if the opportunity exists, and it clearly does with the rate notices, to inform those areas, A, how the system works so people can understand it, and B, provide some historical context, because if it is, as you say, and that's certainly been the case in my term of council, where there's a bit of swings and roundabouts in that, then there's a public kind of good element, and actually just communicating with people how it works, because it's complicated, how it is likely to affect them if they live in this particular local board area, and finally provide some kind of overview that shows how this works over time, so that there is a balancing out. Otherwise, you have the reaction you have where people are shocked, it comes as a surprise, they have huge big increases, and they attribute that to an area almost as if they've been targeted, and that doesn't do anyone any good.
Yes, so we've tried to do the best we can with the communication and getting that information out there from the 9th of June. And we did media conferences. We've had proactive comms. We've got an online animated video. We had a rates webinar for people in Rodney and Franklin in particular in the last week or so. So we've tried to do what we can. Part of the challenge here is that we had the valuations and the budget process happen in parallel. Those values weren't signed off until the 9th of June. If we'd had the values available earlier, signed off by the Valuer General much earlier, we could have had more opportunity, more time to analyse those trends and communicate with those areas. But we've done the best within the timeframes we've had to work within.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I just heard you say, Ross, about savings compared to budget. So, and some of the savings are based on budget. So, am I right to think there's a possibility we set an aspirational budget, we then deliver actuals which are less than that for whatever constrained reasons, and then we use that as delivering a theoretical savings on paper? Is that a clear understanding or reasonable?
No, that's not right.
I think, respectfully, Councillor, I don't think that is the right way to characterise this. There's nothing even remotely as sort of cynical as that happens. There's a lot of, in defence, there's a lot of very good work, a lot of hard work that goes on to achieve those savings.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I'm not trying to be cynical. I'm just trying to work my way through the massive amounts of information we get given and drill down on the words I hear. Thank you.
I didn't mean to imply you were being cynical. I was just saying I wasn't being cynical.
Yeah, go check your Rev agenda. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bartley, question from you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just really wanted some reassurance that the savings hasn't meant a decrease in the services that we are still providing to Aucklanders.
No, so these savings are all about how we deliver essentially the same services more efficiently, and some of it is increased non-rates revenue. There's a whole range of things. It might mean a few less staff. It might mean some things at the margin are adjusted, but anything that would have a significant change in service levels would have to go through an annual budget consultation that would require political support. So this is more on the operational side of things. But looking ahead, we've got the savings targets grow, and that becomes more challenging, and some of what we've achieved is one-off. So it is getting harder and harder to maintain finding those savings without having impacts spill over into services. So we've done pretty well, I think, so far in terms of achieving those savings without hitting frontline services, but it gets tougher and tougher as we go forward.
It was a very good question, though, to clarify. Thank you for that, Councillor. And of course, we head into this year with $87 million worth of more savings. So the low-hanging fruit's gone, the middle of the fruit's gone, and we're running out of fruit. So there might be some real tough calls for those who are around this table next term. But thank you for that, really good. Councillor Walker, I take it you'll be most concise with your last question.
Absolutely. So just following on from your comment around this valuation, and that it wasn't finalised till around I think the 6th of June or 9th of June or the like. While I appreciate that, did we know what the revaluations were somewhat earlier than that? Because it's a bit like the audit process, isn't it? I mean, the audit's much later, but we actually know what the data is a lot earlier. So how soon did we know what the revaluations were?
And we had preliminary data all of the way through, and it was refined and improved as we went through. But the way it works is that we can't release any of the data or trends until the Valuer General signs off the whole lot. It's an all or nothing package. Some parts of the region, the data was in good shape well ahead, but it's not until we have the full set available that we can publicly release valuation notices or comment on overall movements and trends. So we do need to wait until the end of the process before we start to communicate what the trends and results are.
It would be useful to have a bit more specificity in terms of dates. I mean, I would think we probably had an idea some months earlier as to what the revaluations were across the region. And when I say we, I'm referring to officers rather than councillors.
Well, as I said, we had preliminary data all the way through. We had initial information pre-Christmas, but the Valuer General said that the information needed further work and was not able to be distributed to ratepayers at that point. We did more work and resubmitted the stuff as per an agreed time frame with the Valuer General. The Valuer General signed off the valuations on the 6th of June, and so the very next working day on Monday the 9th of June, we released as much information as we could, as publicly as we could, to all elected members and the media.
So is the information that we received pre-Christmas materially different from what we actually finalised?
It was material enough for the Valuer General to not require us to do more work. But as I said, we can't release information publicly until the Valuer General has certified it. It's sort of an all or nothing
I understand that. The question I'm asking is whether the information that you referred to that we had pre-Christmas was materially different. I mean, let's take a standard deviation plus or minus 3%, or plus or minus 1%, or 1.5%, you know. Did we have most of it? Right?
I mean, I can't comment on the standard deviations. We didn't look at that data. Our focus all the way through was to get all of the valuation data material prepared up to the standard and to get that certification over the line. We weren't sort of analysing the standard deviations at that point.
So, Councillor, I'll just be really clear, right? The person who holds the pen on revals is the Valuer General. He didn't sign off before Christmas. He did not sign off until the 6th of June, period. Right, that's the last of the questions. We will now move to comments. Councillor Filipaina, you're up first.
Morena here, mana morena chair, morena koutou katoa.
Right, sorry, I have to move. Sorry, I have to move, and Councillor Fletcher, I think, will second. Councillor Fletcher, is that right? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the additions.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor.
No, that's right. Firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that has been put in from you, CEO, and from the finance team. However, I do wish to acknowledge a member of the Auckland Urban Development Office. This morning I attended her farewell, and that's Lisa Gooden. Lisa, as a senior communications and engagement advisor, who was at Avondale and who ended up coming to the Manukau ward. And the first email I received from her was around Hayman Park Playground, and we know what has happened there. Both Councillor Foley and I know the work that has been done. And we all know around this area and the table that we sit at that communications is so key in regards to all our projects across Tamaki Makaurau. So that first email was September of 2023, and ever since then, she has kept us informed of all the work at Manukau. So I want to acknowledge Lisa. She's decided to leave after nearly 10 years with obviously initially Eke Pānuku and now with the Auckland Urban Development Office. She's decided to go to Papua New Guinea with her husband. Yeah, with her husband to the banking sector. So I wish her well, and just wanted to acknowledge the work that she has done, and just wanted to do that publicly. So kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Appreciate that. Councillor Hills.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I just wanted to point out a few things. Like, this felt like a bit of economics 101, and that's fine. But some of this information has been told to us so many times. Some of us make hard decisions around here, and it's difficult, right? But with the 840 odd million in the first year, when we had a hole in our budget of the sale of the airport shares, saving us 30-something million dollars a year, and then the Future Fund, the next point, getting us, 60 or 70 million dollars additional. So $90 million a year additional funds are coming to this council, and we still every time seem to have a debate about it. And it's absolutely fine. I understand the concerns and the relationships there, but $90 million additional each year to this council, and not one person put forward other ways to raise revenue, I just get a bit grumpy. The rates discussion from Councillor Walker, trying to, I guess, put staff in a position, that memo came to all of us, and if you didn't read it and you didn't look at where the percentages laid in your board areas, that
Point
is
of
not,
order, is this a question?
This is my speaking to.
This is definitely not a
There's
question.
no point of order because we're actually in comments. Councillor Hills, please continue.
And then we hear about infrastructure from some, we hear about infrastructure and sort of everyone else's fault from some councillors who've been elected since I was a child. The infrastructure that comes here is because we all have to make decisions to fund it. And I think in the last 6, 7, 8 years, we have tripled our transport infrastructure. We have quadrupled our water care infrastructure. Myself and Councillor Dalton worked with Watercare in November to put out those massive constraint maps, which have been controversial, but you will see along the rail lines, there are no constraints for Watercare around those rail lines. So we've already talked about water care coming to committee, and they're definitely going to do that. But the information's there. There's about 120 growth-related projects, about 13 billion water care projects that are locked in, $13 billion worth, not $13 billion, $13 billion worth of projects. But there are councillors who vote for a budget and against rates rises, even this year. And I just want to kind of put out a warning to whoever's back, do the work, read the stuff. You know, we've got transport reform coming, which is going to be massive, and only 10 of us filled in the bloody survey about our priorities for transport, despite Lata putting out an email 3 times extending the time frame for that survey. So I guess I just get a bit sick of a lot of problems and not a lot of solutions, a lot of blame of staff especially, and not a lot of kudos to actually read the stuff that gets sent to us. So yeah, a bit of a whine, but I hear a lot in this election campaign about everyone else's fault. Well, I think we all need to take responsibility and do our best, and I know most of us do, but it just gets a bit frustrating. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Yeah, this will be very brief, but Phil raised a concern with, or sorry, didn't raise a concern, he raised the issue of the government's announcement on getting rid of joint and several liability and getting council off the hook. Can I tell you that I spent 3 years as part of my 6 years as Minister of this trying to find a way through that. And it's not as easy as it sounds. There's a great idea of last man standing shouldn't be paying for it all, but if you have builders and developers who just vacate the battlefield as soon as it gets rough, there's only one left. Now, what do? You put indemnity insurance premiums in place. I can tell you that that can send the price of building a property, because you've got to have someone carrying the baby. Some of the insurance premiums in the United States I saw with builders would be adding about $75,000 US to the price of the build of a house. So fantastic the government wants to do it again. I tried. I had lawyers in my office day after day trying to find a way to get rid of joint and several liability, because it's nuts. But in the end, it's bloody hard to find a solution that actually works without adding huge cost and administration. And the government have made as they often do, a big announcement about what they're going to do and then given no detail about how they're going to do it. And it's really easy to make an announcement about I'm going to do something and then say, but I haven't actually thought through how we'll make it happen. So just wanted to caution you on that. I want to go on record. I'd be delighted. In fact, I'll give a bottle of champagne to the Minister if he can come up with something that works well and doesn't add real cost to the cost of people trying to build a property.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
I just wanted to really acknowledge some of the great work as well, but also just focusing on the fact that we are going to have the work that's been done around having the booths available in the libraries. I know I didn't bring it up as a question, but I just wanted to comment that there's been some really good work done around accessibility for voting for this year's election. And I think that's, you know, it's going to make it a lot easier. I hear your concerns, Phil, that you raised that, you know, you're doing your best, or the staff have done their best to try and raise the profile on getting the vote out. We know it's 38%, 37%, but the fact that you've worked hard to look outside the square, to come up with other ways to make it more accessible to Aucklanders, and say to them, you can go to your local library, hopefully will make a difference and make it easier for people to vote. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, aside from all the other stuff that's been brought up. Sorry I didn't get to bring it up earlier, I did want to.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Darby.
Yeah, look, it's a great position we're in with the Auckland Future Fund to have the confirmation of the Global Investment Manager with Von Tobel, and I just again want to acknowledge the directors. I have been critical, and I won't repeat myself there, but going forward, I think I won't get any speaking turns here now, but I think the future council is going to have to recognise that that fund contributes to a significant part of your budgeting going forward. And I would suggest you have eyes on it, like brand new eyes. Bring real fresh eyes to that, because it is, it has the foundations for something to be very great for the city. And I take the point of Councillor Mike Lee there, and I think it's important to recognise that there is an expectation that it is grown, that it is not just maintained and accessed, and then you get possibly a government that says, well, we're not funding you this because we can see $1.5 or $1.7 billion sitting in your fund. That is a risk. And I've heard governments say that before in my time here. So I think that is a risk to those that sit around this table in the future. And Councillor Lee is right to point that out. I think there is opportunity for the future council to look at not just 1.31, but 1.5, 1.7, 2 billion, 5 billion for future generations. That's what we should be aiming at. That's what the future council should be looking at. A $5 billion fund and more and more. And then the reliance on, that go-to place of rates is lessened, or fees and charges. You smooth your budget in different ways. But I know that there's a lot of councillors who are hanging on to, the Auckland Airport Company, and I know how well it's grown. It's grown some 500% since it was listed back in, I think, about 2000. In the last 5 years, it's only grown 13%. But I'm going to remind you, and this is not to rub salt in, okay? I'm just saying this to say, don't do this again. We had a 22.4% interest in that company, I think it was, leading up to COVID. I started asking questions when we got those quarterly reports. How did we vote at the meeting? Oh, we didn't go to the meeting. We were holding 22.4%, and we weren't even going to the meeting. And we began going to the meetings. This is the annual general meetings of that publicly listed company. I said, why were we not pushing our 22.4% to appoint our director, a director that represents Auckland on that board? Oh, we only own 22.4%. We're a minority shareholder. The next shareholder owned about 4%. We owned 22.4%. Look, we were not good guardians of that. The truth is, we were not good guardians of it. It did us well. It hasn't exactly had a Kodak moment and been extinguished entirely, thank God. And it is a good shareholding. It is a good infrastructure asset. But diversified in global markets to grow a future fund that can become $1.5 billion, $2 billion is the course for this council. Keep your eyes on it, councillors, because it is an extremely valuable asset to contribute to your budgets going forward.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Councillor Lee.
Yes, Councillor Darby is right, and I think it speaks to a major problem we have with Auckland Council and its financial and strategic performance. Auckland Council is a huge organisation and it deals in huge contracts. And one would think, given its scale and power, that the market it engages with, because of its power, would be a buyer's market. But actually, it's the other way round, unfortunately, and that relates to assumptions, let me put it that way, and also a lack of commercial skill in the areas where we contract, to be frank. I don't say that to be critical, I'm just, this is my conclusion after a lot of reflection and study. So, ironically, because we are dealing with such strong and experienced and, if you like, almost ruthless international corporates, we're at a disadvantage. Our culture is certainly corporate. It's corporate, all right, but it's not really commercial when we engage in the reality of a pretty tough international market. We are not getting value for money. We are paying way over the odds. And the irony of it is, the more money we have, the international market is exactly aware of how much money we have and how much money we raise. the prices actually go up, and that shouldn't happen. That is the real problem with this money floating around in the so-called future fund, which even now is intended, the signal is there that it will be spent down rather than built up, as Councillor Darby and I'm sure Councillor Fletcher hoped. Simon Allen advised us the future fund needs to have way more scale, about 4 times, to be really effective as such. But anyway, leaving that aside, I think we have a fundamental problem in the way we think. It's not just Auckland Council. I recall Councillor Darby's remarks remind me of when I became chair of the ARC back in 2004. There was a Labour-led government at the time, but the officials were deeply neoliberal in their approach, and I recall when the ARC got back the Ports of Auckland shares and the shares that were held by infrastructure, or the funds that were held by Infrastructure Auckland, which I recall the MPs, the Honourable Christine Fletcher and the Honourable Maurice Williamson had a public debate about the disposal of those assets. The government returned those to the Auckland Regional Council. And we came under pressure straight away from officials. I recall one official sending draft notes of a ministerial speech saying, the people of Auckland will not tolerate sitting in traffic while the ARC sits on those assets, as if spending was going to solve our traffic and congestion problems. Far from it. We had to spend wisely, and we had to target the expenditure to slowly build up our public transport services, which we did with the help of the government. But it's not, but the officialdom and the market wanted us to blow that money as quickly as they could, including selling those assets like the Ports of Auckland. So I just think that we need to take a strategic look at the way we manage our outsource, because our operation is almost completely outsourced, the way we manage that, because I think we can get a lot more value for money, and we can do a lot more about building infrastructure that we need with the money we have, because currently, projecting ahead, building the infrastructure we need, and even replacing it, is totally unaffordable. That must change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And at the risk of ending on a high, I just want to thank both the Chief Executive... Oh, no, I won't, sorry. Councillor, I'll let you go first. Councillor Watson?
Yes, I did have my hand up, Madam Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but I think there's a few comments made that merit a response. One of the disappointing features for me about sitting around this table is often the lack of awareness of the people who aren't sitting around here but are actually outside. And if you're in one of these parts of Auckland that have been affected by the rates, you'll hear some harrowing stories of people. There are a lot of people now, more so than ever, they're not on councillor wages or senior official wages, they're people on fixed incomes. They have to budget every dollar, and when rates go up 300, 400, 500, 1,000, 1,500 in some instances, this is a major blow to their budgeting for the year, and it's something that they worry about. So I'm not particularly impressed with people who seem to have very little empathy for people that are really struggling to make ends meet. Parts of Auckland have done relatively well out of the rates, and that we know that's cyclic, and we understand that. That doesn't mean to say that then should result in an almost dismissive attitude to the significant parts of Auckland that are affected by it. Not everyone shares the kind of pom-pom and flag-waving view of the council, and personally I'm always grateful for the investment the council puts, some of the very fine officers that we have out on the ground, but that's not everyone's experience. and that's not a small number of people. This term of council, there's been a litany of issues or occurrences that have got significant parts of our community offside with this council. So I think it's beholden on members around here to be aware of that. We're all meant to be working for the one organisation. We're not all puppets who just maybe put our hands up as part of the kind of rule Britannia. There are issues, and a healthy democracy is one where people do question officers, do question each other's, not people that just play follow the leader. And I think, unfortunately, in my humble view, over the last little while, this term in particular, there's been too many instances of that. But I would just finish by saying, Madam Chair, that in terms of the council performance, if we take emotions out of it, there are some pretty stark facts, particularly as they go to our financial position. The current inflation rate's 2.5%. We've had rate increases, the average ones these last 3 years, of 7.75, 6.8 and 5.8. Yes, we know that that's better than some of the other big cities, but those other cities, like Wellington, like Christchurch, didn't sell off nearly $1 billion worth of assets with the airport shares. So that didn't go into the Future Fund. That was sold to pay down debt. Yet over that same period of time, I think by midway through next year, that debt is going to increase by about 4.5 billion. So members of our public are aware of some of those figures. They can see the trajectory. They know how it's affecting themselves. So we should be mindful of that, and we should be particularly mindful that they don't just deal with Auckland Council. They have any number of other bills coming into the House as well. So I'm certainly not going to apologise for putting the cases of those people, because I know lots of them myself. I have family in that position, as indeed I'm sure a lot of other people do. So I think, Madam Chair, that in respect of the next term of council, then obviously hopefully we get a vibrant collection of people that have different views, because that's good for Auckland, and people shouldn't be attacked or denigrated just because they happen to take a contrary view. I thought that's what democracy is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I will close out the debate, and in saying so, I think, just to follow you, Councillor, I think one of the things that we can do as a collective team to give Aucklanders confidence in what we are doing, noting that our reputation, for want of a better word, isn't always positive, and that is the results that we have seen today. I want to start with the Auckland Future Fund, and I think the results that the Chair has given us proves that we are doing really well in that space. As you can see from the Chair's recs, there will be a memorandum going out to everyone by the end of the week. And I urge you to share that to people within your constituencies about the reasons why we did what we did and the results to date. And I think you will all join with me in, as I have before, thanking all three of those directors for what they have done. I also think it is important to give a shout out to Megan Holly, for your work in this space. You've particularly been very engaged and part of this discussion, and I think you deserve a bit of a shout out, Mr. Chief Executive, on behalf of us all for that as well. Moving on to the end of term from the Rev Committee, I think it's also important to acknowledge that we have delivered 600 million of financial benefits back to the city, $418 million of savings, of cash savings, the highest total ever of any council term, with, and Councillor Bartley highlighted this, without impacting service levels. That is significant. Again, another positive message that you can share to your communities. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank both the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer, but I'd also urge councillors that if they have more general questions other than that, which we are debating, which is really the monthly financial dashboard, that they send those questions to the staff members responsible so that they can be answered in a timely manner. I have moved this item and Councillor Fletcher has seconded it. I'll now take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried, and thank you. Now, at the risk of being barking mad, she says, trying to make a joke, let's try and deliver item 9 before lunch. So, in doing so, I'd like to acknowledge Hokura member Glenn Wilcox. Glenn, please come to the table, who has sat on every hearings panel since the beginning of the Super City. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Bartley. You've done an amazing job, Councillor, of getting this item back to us after going out and talking to the local community and the local board. Well done to you and the team for negotiating what I think is a sensible compromise. Councillor Bartley, I'll ask you to move this and speak to it and open the item first, if that's all right with you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillors, Deputy Mayor, you'll recall on the 26th of June, when in the governing body meeting, we agreed for a working group to be set up to look at Te Arai Regional Park dog access. The working group met 19 July and they provided 4 recommendations, of which we as a panel accepted 3 of them. The first one being allowing for dog access within the Te Arai South Recreation Hub Special Management Zone, and once an inland area is affirmed and operational. The second one being allowing for removal of dog access from the quarry once the inland area is operational, and the third one being clear communications and signage. I do want to acknowledge the working group members and also Councillor Sayers and local board member Upson. Also want to acknowledge our panel, Councillor Alfilipaina and Hokura member Glenn Wilcox, and also the staff. I believe we've found a compromise that means we follow our obligations under the Dog Control Act to formulate policy having regard to the need to minimise danger, distress and nuisance to the community, as well as the exercise and recreational needs of dogs and their owners. So I acknowledge Jane Andrews, Dr. Imogen Bassett, Jason McGuinness. Kylie Hill has worked extensively on this, and Paul Wilson, Dana Lee. Long hours that they've put into this, and I appreciate and acknowledge their commitment. Julie McKee, Marlene Oliver, the facilitator, and Chris McAvoy, my senior advisor. So I believe we found a compromise, and I acknowledge the staff for their work in making this happen.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll pass to my panel members if they have anything they want to add, if that's all right, please.
All right, so what we'll do is, thank you, Councillor, for that intro. I'll pass it now to Hokura member Wilcox and then go to staff. Thank you.
Yes, first of all, I'd just like to mihi to Greg, because if Greg hadn't have said anything, we most probably wouldn't have found this compromise and it would have all fallen apart. So, and mihi to you, Greg, and also for fixing up Ahuroa Road. I just thought I'd put that in. So I think as Councillor Bartley has said, you know, the regional park was mentioned in our park management plan that there was a thought that perhaps this could be the dog area. So it really just needs the funding and the wherewithal to make it happen. And I'd say to the councillors, one of the things I think in my 15 years with this council now has been, I feel sometimes we've kind of forgotten about the regional parks, and they do need funding and they do need to be looked after. I think it's a great legacy from earlier times, and I think that should be just pointed out. But this is a win-win situation for all of the dog owners, as well as for those who didn't want the dogs there, but also for biosecurity. I think we've covered off the process quite well. Again, as Josephine said, I'd like to just thank Mihiana Kia Korua, Josephine, Alf, mo tō awhina, mo tō tautoko, and also again to the staff, Paul, Kylie, Jason from Parks, Imogen from Biosecurity, a mihi to them as well. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. I'll hand back to Councillor.
Kia ora hea mana. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and very briefly, just to echo the comments from the chair, and if I was in your area, Greg, I'll be voting for you, just to let you know that. And the reason I say that, Greg, is because at that last governing body meeting, if it wasn't for you, as our rangatira said, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't now be in the situation that we are now, that allowed that working group to end up deciding. I want to acknowledge our staff, obviously, but Greg, you, our people who submitted in the original bylaw that was put through, again, the working group, Jason in particular. And the reason I acknowledge Jason is because if it wasn't for his suggestion at a working group hui that they had, we wouldn't be in this position where I think it's a very good position. Josephine, to you for Taitele Lava, thank you so much, sis, because your work and the partai leading the bylaw, the panel, the hearings panel, was integral in not only the meeting we had last governing body, but this particular meeting as well in regards to your leadership. E te rangatira ki a koe ngā mihi ki a koe mō tō mahi, mō tō aroha, whakaro, ngā mihi ki a koe. I just wanted to acknowledge Glenn for his, not only his love, but his work and his input in regards to this. So, Chair, I'm glad that Councillor Sayers, Greg, that you'll second this, because if it wasn't for your work, we wouldn't be in that position. Kia ora na.
Kia ora, and thank you for that. Now, I mean, it's really all been said, but I'm very happy for you to add anything more if you would like.
Through the chair, no, nothing further to add.
Thank you for that. Have we got any questions? Any debate? Councillor Sayers.
I think it's appropriate that I make some comments through you, Chair. One being, it's so the kind words from the panel, so thank you for that. But I guess my mandate really came from that community. So it's certainly probably a lot of the ideas, a lot of the energy came from that community. So I just want to reflect those kind thoughts and perhaps pass those good wishes back on to that community. Also just the governing body members, my colleagues around the table here, you may remember when we had to decide on this bylaw, but it was through your support of voting that went back to a working party. So I want to acknowledge, each person around this table, because you actually voted to make that happen, and it was the right thing to do. One of the things that we discovered the night before we met for that hui with the working group was that the beach that we were about to pass a bylaw on a few weeks beforehand was not under council's control. You might have read in the papers it was actually DOC controlled that land. So we couldn't pass a bylaw around that, but we only found that out in the 11th hour. So again, there was some good fortune, in fact, that we dealt more deeply into it. That just raises a message which I know staff have taken on, that are other regional parks in the situation where we've got bylaws on dock land, and I understand that work's underway and will be returning to us at some future date next term, which is important. So that was also another a positive that came out of it. I think, all in all, as Councillor Bartley pointed out, the wishes of that working group have been met. There will still be disappointment that people can't get their dogs onto a beach to walk along that beach, but that is actually not council's concern, as we found out now. If that does occur, that policing and compliance issues rests with DOC. What we will end up is actually a facility for dog owners. If this opportunity had gone past, and with increasing residents in that area, they would be having to go outside of Auckland to exercise their dogs. Here we've got an opportunity where they can stay local, exercise their dogs. There'll be an opportunity for them to walk them before Christmas on a leash through with its own parking facilities through the forestry area there, and their dogs and themselves can enjoy that and get the exercise. In addition, and I don't want, like a cherry on the top, is the ability for them probably in about a 12-month period. That hasn't been defined exactly, but there'll be an opportunity for a off-leash facility. Now they'll have to go through a process as it has to, and go through all the hurdles to get there. And if it passes out, I think the funding's already there for that to be implemented anyway. So that's all very, very positive. I just really want to close through you, Chair, acknowledging the people around this table when I was able to bring forward on behalf of my community their concern and the way you listened and the way that you gave that opportunity for this to occur. So I want to tip my hat to all of you and thank you on behalf of that community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With no further speakers, I'm happy to take this to the vote. It's been moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by Councillor Sayers. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried unanimously. And another positive item has finished on the agenda, so therefore I think I'll reward you all with half an hour for lunch. So we will come back at 1:15. Thank you very much. You hope you had a wonderful lunch. We move now to item 10, the statements of intent for both Auckland Transport and the Auckland Future Fund. Welcome to the table, Sarah Johnson-Smith and Claire Gomez. But before we do that, Councillor Watson has requested electronic attendance. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Dalton. All those in favour say aye, against carried. Thank you. We'll see you when you come back, Councillor. Coming through. Right, shh. And Alistair, welcome. Over to you. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. This report recommends the approval of the final statements of intents for Auckland Future Fund Trustee Limited and Auckland Transport. We're happy to take the report as read, but I would just note that this marks the end of a process that started with the letters of expectation in February and shareholder feedback on the draft statement of intent in May. In reviewing the final statements of intent, we have reviewed them specifically against the shareholder feedback, and that's attachment C in the item. And we also note for Auckland Transport that the government's proposed reform around transport governance in Auckland may require us to come back and look to amend the statement of intent. And we also note that there are conversations in a paper coming to the Transport, Resilience and Infrastructure Committee next week on ferries. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. I'm happy to move. Councillor Baker, do you want a second? I do. Yes, thank you. Open for questions. Councillor Alf.
Kia ora koutou. My question is on, my apologies, on section 24. I think I'm on the right, approval 2025. Māori outcomes in climate change are covered in the relevant sections below. At what stage will we end up, and I know this is about the statement of intent, what stage will we end up getting an update on where we are sitting with the climate change policy that we have? Because the statement of intent in regards to this from both are so important. But, and I'm assuming now that Councillor Hills is here, it'll come through his committee, but I don't know whether this is the last of the GB. Today, eh? No, we got another one?
More.
Oh, what's
This
this
is
one?
August. This is August all day
It's
until the 1st of
I'm just
September.
looking forward to retirement. So yeah, okay then.
So will we, mate.
So at what stage? Just that's the part I around that to come back to us, please.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of a broader conversation around the climate change, but the conversation around the TERP is, as I understand it, there is work being undertaken and will come back in the new term to the relevant committee.
Thanks. You've got till Sunday to stay in August, Councillor. Any other questions? No. Any comments? I'm not going to tempt fate. I'll take it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Next item is the item 11, fix and finish. I'm happy to move. Councillor Sayers, do you want a second? Thank you.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, because in relation to this item, one of the applications is contingent on a future funding negotiation with the Woody Licensing Trust, for which I'm a trustee. So I want to preserve my ability to participate in that. So I'm going to declare a conflict and not participate in this item. Thank you.
I just confirm that is, so you won't be voting on this item? Right, thank you. Right, thank you. I welcome staff, but just by way of introduction, remember that this whole item got set about because we got the Future Fund set up quicker than expected. So I think what staff have tried to do is make it as fair as possible, and they have done all the assessment, and I'll open to them in a minute. It's not spending the capital proceeds from the airport share sale. I want to make that really clear. It's spending the extra return we received from investing better and earlier, and I think we heard that from the chair of the Future Fund earlier. It's not giving local boards things they can't afford in the subsequential OPEX either to maintain. That's one of the aspects that staff have done in their analysis. So I will open to you both, Mark and Violet, to introduce this item from your perspective.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Kia ora, councillors. We're here today, as the Deputy Mayor said, to seek your approval to allocate the $20 million Fix and Finish Fund to eligible local board projects which were from the legacy Auckland City and Manukau City Council areas. This fund was established through the long-term plan following the mayoral proposal to support community projects that were in the pipeline but lacked sufficient funding. This 20 million comes from the enhanced returns via setting up of the Auckland Future Fund and is earmarked for those legacy areas that held the Auckland Airport shares prior to amalgamation, specifically areas within those 13 local boards. We've engaged with all 13 eligible local boards through a set of briefings, workshops and formal feedback processes. In total, we received 14 projects and the requested $57.3 million in total funding, which of course is about 3 times more than we have available. To ensure fairness and strategic alignment, we developed a robust eligibility and prioritisation framework, which looked at readiness and deliverability, affordability, and strategic alignment of the projects. These were assessed by giving each project a final weighted score based on 9 criteria, and they were individually scored out of 5. This process involved cross-organisational input and a senior leadership review of the assessment. Most of these projects did score highly, with an average score of about 3.9 out of 5. We held a governing body workshop where local boards were able to present their individual projects to the governing body for your consideration here today. Direction at that workshop was received that elected members wanted more information on project breakdowns down to further elements, looking at scalability of projects, and also where we could find further financial efficiencies where possible. Following this workshop, we did request some further project information and also considered that scalability, value for money, and leveraging potential local board or third-party contributions, ensuring that this fund delivers the greatest public benefit that it can. So I'll now pass to Violet to talk through the recommended funding allocation.
Thanks, Mark. When considering scalability, our recommended funding approach has been to only fund the highest priority aspect of a proposed project. This focus on value for money allows the Fix and Finish Fund to achieve a broad regional benefit without compromising on the need to fix and or finish. Our recommended allocation funds 13 projects, 1 for each local board in the ACC and MCC legacy boundaries. These allocations are detailed in Attachment E, with funding being allocated to fix community facilities, develop sport fields, and finish streetscapes. In total, we've recommended 19.2 million of funding be allocated at this time, with around 800K retained as a contingency fund to manage unforeseen issues during implementation. Given that projects are in various stages of planning, we believe that this is a prudent approach to managing the overall risks of delivery. The 20 million is already included in the annual plan 2025-2026 as capital expenditure. No additional capital or operating funding is required as a result of your decision today. Local boards will manage any overruns within their budgets with access to the contingency pool only if there are no other options. The staff recommendation is also to delegate to the Group Chief Financial Officer and Director of Community the approval of the release of the allocated budget. Funding will only be released once we can ensure appropriate use of public money, including that business cases are completed and better value project principles have been fully satisfied. Are at different stages of planning, and local board submissions were only finalised last month. This will ensure that the appropriate controls are in place before any money is released. Should any project fail to satisfy council senior leadership of meeting these requirements, staff will then return to the governing body to recommend a remediation action, likely the reallocation of funding to remaining unfunded projects. This proposal was developed, as Mark said, with input from finance, governance, and parks and community facilities, the last of which will lead the delivery and reporting of the projects. Once approved, staff will notify local boards and stakeholders, projects will be integrated into departmental work programs, and reporting will be provided to both local boards and the governing body on a quarterly basis. So in summary, today we're seeking your agreement to allocate 19.2 million to the 13 recommended projects in Attachment E. delegate to the Group Chief Financial Officer and Director of Community to release allocated budget only once business cases and better value project principles have been satisfied. Convert 3.5 million of capital expenditure to operating expenditure to enable a capital grant for the Manawera War Memorial Park Multisport Pavilion. Agree that 800k remain as contingency fund and delegate authority to allocate that contingency to the Group CFO and Director of Community. And lastly, note that quarterly reporting and monitoring will be provided to the governing body and local boards on a quarterly basis. This fund represents a really unique opportunity to unlock community projects and deliver meaningful outcomes across Legacy, Manukau and Auckland City areas. We're happy to take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. I'll now open to questions, and to start us off, we have Councillor Baker.
Thanks, Mark Wallet. So look, I mean, I think it's a pretty good outcome, but just that there's one that sort of just sticks out, and it's and there's obviously a reason for it, but I can't recall anything within the workshop where we talked about the Manarewa situation, and so my question is in regards to what safeguards actually exist. I mean, we're nearly $8 million of ratepayer funding when you take the local board funding and this, and so it all comes from the same wallet. Doesn't matter how it's differentiated out in our books, but I guess what safeguards exist for us, because we're in control of everything else. In this one, what safeguards exist for the ratepayer if that project was to blow out in cost, or it was to fall over completely? What safeguards are there for us, or for the ratepayer more than anything?
I think the relevant part is clause B there, where we will only release funding if we're satisfied that certain criteria are met in the business case side of things. So any work between us and a third party would need to have those funding agreements in place, gateways for releasing different funding and checks and balances at that part when we deliver that business case.
Thank you. Councillor Ferry, you're online. Can you hear us? More importantly, there we go.
Yes, sorry. I was looking at an old question list thinking, oh, I've got a while to wait, but no. Kia ora. So my question was about the total amount here, because I understand we have potentially got an amendment coming that seeks to change that. So I wanted to ask, before we got into debate and officers stepped back, we set this amount and this process up through the long-term plan. What ability do we have to change that amount now, given we consulted on and adopted a specific amount in the long-term plan, please?
It would be slightly odd to change our annual plan projections 2 months after it was adopted. The other worry would be around, by changing this contestable process mid-flight, it wouldn't possibly lead to fair and equitable outcomes for the local boards, because local boards might have submitted something slightly differently if they knew the size of the pot was bigger. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point too, that last one. I mean, and is it the case that for most local boards, they sort of, chose the project they thought most likely to succeed for this quantum, as opposed to, putting up multiple projects, seeking support for multiple projects, or that we would pick one from a list? I know for one of my local boards, they certainly picked one to prioritise. Is that your observation of the projects local boards have applied for? They've sort of picked their best shot?
Without putting myself into the mind of a local board member, I think that's probably the case, is that they looked to size it relative to the amount of money that was available through this fund.
Okay, thanks. And then my other question, I guess, is if we were to borrow to increase the amount here, that would have a knock-on effect on rates. Again, is that a decision that we can make through this forum?
If we were to increase the size of the pot, that would have an impact. That would have an impact on debt, and those flow-on interest costs and the depreciation from doing more projects. That would increase the size of our operating cost base. For this financial year, we don't have the ability to change the rates. We struck the rates back in June. We would need to look at that as part of the FY27 annual plan process. And in the meantime, if the governing body decided to proceed, would need to fund any of those operating expenditure through additional borrowings.
If I can add to that, that's the correct financial assessment. You'd have to, at this point, given it's outside of an annual budget, you'd have to just debt fund it and then resolve that through the next annual budget, which could mean higher rates at that point. But in terms of delegation, the governing body can approve unbudgeted expenditure. So you've got the ability, if you choose to approve more spend and borrow and then deal with that in the annual budget. I guess our recommendation is not to do that. We should stick to the budget we've got and only sort of go down that path if there's if there's no other alternatives.
Right. Okay. Thanks very much.
And just a supplementary to that, Ross, before you walk away. So the time to amend the annual budget is after the election with the next council term. That is when you relook at 25-26 budget, correct?
That's right. The incoming council will have to make decisions in December about what to consult on, what rates to consult on, and budget choices for consultation in December. So that will be a matter for the incoming council pretty quickly after the election.
Thank you. Councillor Dalton.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions, and just following on from Councillor Baker, I'm looking at C. And notwithstanding the catch-all, or the save-all actually, of B, which is the protection that we have, I do have some process questions and some due diligence questions around the organisation MCFCT, who is going to be receiving the money. So was this an unsolicited bid?
Given the fact that this fund was set up through the LTP and it was well known, we don't believe that then makes it an unsolicited bid. That work between all parties came together following that. So by putting this fund out, there could be different delivery options. One of being a third party to deliver on our behalf. That in fact makes it not unsolicited.
And how did council identify MCFCT as a deliverer of this multi-million-dollar project?
That's a good question, which I don't have the answer to at this time. I think for us, we have assessed the documentation that came through from the local board, which included the pitch from MCFCT to be able to deliver that.
Okay, so it was actually a relationship between the local board and MCFCT. My concern is that the organisation itself is not a deliverer of projects. I don't believe it's ever delivered a project, and that it barely has enough income to cover its own operational costs. Yet in the paper, it does say that it will be up to MCFCT and the local board and the Wiri Licensing Trust to cover any blowout of costs. So we're looking at political dependencies here as well, because the will of the Wiri Licensing Trust and the local board depend on an election, which is happening in a month. So I just feel that there hasn't been enough due diligence done from our side on the organisation that is going to receive the money and their capability and capacity to fulfil what has been detailed in Appendix A. Now, I completely support this project and I completely support changing the CapEx to OpEx. This project's been waiting since 2018. It was the only, it was always going to be successful in getting through the gateways. But I do hold concerns as to why this trust, and I think I understand a bit more now, it's been advocacy from the local board as the holder. So from a governance perspective, are we as the governors making the right decision without having all of the information about the organisation to feel safe enough? Or do you think it's all going to be covered under B anyway?
Yes, it will be covered under B, and I think that there has been some meetings between council staff and the chair of the trust, so to talk about this project in specifics, but due to the very tight timeframes between the project being submitted and this report coming to the governing body, there is still plenty more of that due diligence to come, and that will happen in development of the business case and assessment of that.
Okay.
Councillor, I might ask this a different way. Can you give us confidence that due to the unusual application, can you give us confidence due to the way this application has been put together that you will have the same checks and balances for this project as you will for every other project?
That is correct. We will have exactly the same checks and balances. In fact, we might have more in the way of checks and balances, being that we will be dealing with a third party delivering it. There'll probably be more in the funding agreement to make sure that council, the local board, is covered.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Foley.
Kia ora, thanks team. Just to clarify, and we might need Ross from Finance to come up, just to clarify, can this governing body approve more funding outside of the annual budget process today, say from debt? And then I've got a few other questions.
Yes, the governing body has the power to approve unbudgeted funding. It has to be cognizant of the debt impact of that, and then it will have to resolve through the next annual budget, well, what is the funding source to pay for it. But yes, the authority does sit with the governing body to make unbudgeted expenditure calls.
All right. And has that been ever done before by a governing body? So are we setting a precedent today if we were to do that?
It has been used for significant challenges that are very strategic, things like the City Rail Link when changes had to be made, and I think perhaps some of the storm response funding, things like that. So big strategic things where there's a very compelling need, and there are major consequences if those calls aren't done, and it's not always practical to wait until the annual budget cycle. So that's why the power exists.
Okay. Thank you for the extra commentary, but I was just asking if it had been done before and if a precedent was being set. Kia ora. Now, the extra balance, you can stay seated there because I've got more questions. The extra balance, the full amount to do all of it is 57.3 million in the report. 20 million is already there. So 37.3 million would be required to actually extra to do the rest of it. Now, let's say that was sourced from debt. How much, just in answering one of the questions raised by the other councillor previously, how much would that actually be in real terms as an increase in our rates in 2026, 2027, and in real dollars? How much in a percentage and how much in real dollars for the 37.3 million?
I think Violet's got all those numbers to hand.
Yes, so basically an additional 37.3 million of debt and capital expenditure. That would incur around 5% of additional interest each year and around, depending on the exact projects, around 3% of additional depreciation each year. That's an operating impact of about 3 million per annum. On rating base, the general rates next year of 3 billion. That represents about a 0.1% increase on top of the 7.9% we've already planned for. So it would take us up to 8%. In terms of dollars per week, it would take the average residential property up by, I think it was about 7 cents.
Okay, about 7 or 8 cents per week per average household, correct? Okay, so that's the huge impact that we're talking about in terms of that extra 37.3 million.
Yeah, and just to clarify, that would also be about $3.50 extra a year.
All right, just foreshadowing, Chair, that I am going to, I have an amendment that I will be putting forward, not at this stage because, you know, I'm mindful that there are questions for the staff on the current report and the current resolutions. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Councillor Hills.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. It might be for the amendment because I only saw it during this meeting. But the what's the precedence of sort of offering 3 times the budget for something we consulted on, and then other local boards in other areas realising they, you know, that aren't these 9 local boards that are dealing with Future Fund fairer funding decisions and having to cancel projects? Is, you know, there are local boards who never got their ollies done. So I'm just wondering what the precedence is for that. Do we start?
Violet?
Yeah, as I sort of said, yeah, changing the contestable process midstream, I'm not sure there is a lot of precedence for it. The other thing to consider would be around these projects have only been submitted by local boards in the MCC and ACC areas. And so that additional rates, that additional debt would be attributable to all ratepayers, not just, yeah, it would be, yeah, everyone would need to pay for that and may not benefit.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Foley, another one?
Yes, sorry, team. I wanted to ask, were any, because it's only a 20 million fund that's been allocated, but almost every local board submitted projects that were more than what they're getting, how many of those projects are actually being fixed and finished with the allocation that you have made to the extent that the local boards wanted? Are you able to give us a number of how many are actually going to be fixed and finished?
I think in short, because we looked at scalability and value for money, we've been able to say that we're fitting generally with the intent of the fund, and that those portions that we're allocating funding to, those portions are being fixed or finished. So while it might not be the whole project, because it's impossible with a $20 million fund to fund all 57 million, that we are fixing and finishing those elements that are being funded.
Is there any projects, 1 or 2 projects that are completely fixed and finished by the allocation that you have made? Because it was a contestable grant. My understanding was we passed that as a contestable grant, so it didn't have to be a let's divvy up and give everybody a little bit type of grant.
From memory, and I can check, I don't think we fully funded any project for the full amount that they requested, that we did look at that scalability.
Kia ora. And just last question, Chair, and thank you for your forbearance on that. You did make a comment about, you know, the rates if we did fund the extra, so that these 13 local boards and 14 projects could be funded, that the rates, the 5 cents or 8 cents per week would be on every ratepayer across the whole city. But is it not true, though, that the airport shares and the proceeds from the airport shares, every Aucklander, every resident, every ratepayer has benefited from all of that, and those were shares brought to the merger by just ACC and MCC? Is that true or false?
At amalgamation, different councils brought together different assets, different things that, yeah, have made up the council. Yes, the airport shares have benefited us.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That brings me to the end of the questions. No, it doesn't. Councillor Filipina.
Kia ora he mana. Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora koutou katoa. Can you confirm that with the airport's shares sale, that there was $1.3 billion that we got that's currently in the Future Fund or thereabouts?
Yes, approximately that.
And there's only $20 million that's been allocated for this fixed and finished fund that goes to the 2 legacy councils, which is Manukau City Council and Auckland City Council?
Yes, although just to clarify slightly, the 20 million was enabled by the enhanced funds for when we did sell the shares. So it's not from the 1.3 billion, it's from the enhanced.
No, I realise that it's not, but that's the ratio. So what is that ratio between, or percentage between 20 million for the 1.3 billion? Do you know what that ratio would be, or percentage? Would it be 0 point something?
Off the top of my head, and Mark's doing the calculation now, I think that would be around 2%. 1.5%.
Is that all? Okay, thank you. The other part I have is with the 19.2 million that this particular agenda item is looking at using out of the 20 million that's been allocated, and there was a total of 57.29624, and that is what has been requested by the local boards. How many of the local boards, I've been trying to look through attachment D, how many of the local boards would basically get next to nothing or miss out on any of the funding?
All local boards were allocated funding, all 13. They're all roughly in the same scale, kind of between 1 to 3 million.
Yeah, I've seen one which only 800,000, I think, when I had a look at it, but yeah, close to one. So look, my next question is that there's 2 local boards that presented, and those 2 local boards, one is Waitemata, the other is Māngere o Tāhuhu around seismic. Now, I know there's legislation, I think it's still currently going through, and I don't know whether this question is to you or the CEO. Where are we at in regards to that legislation, and what is happening with, I think, the funds that we had put aside for seismic sort of fixing renewals? Where are we at with those 2 particular things?
Maybe for the mayor or the chief executive to answer that one. I'll maybe if you want to re-put your question.
So Phil, do you want? Oh, sorry.
Apologies,
I
Councillor, I was just dealing with something else.
Do you want to repeat it? Okay, so I know there's some seismic legislation going through, and there were 2 local boards with the Fix and Finish Fund. One was Waitemata, and the other was Māngere o Tāhuhu in regards to buildings that they have in their 2 local board areas. And one of them, I think the comment made, in particular for the Waitemata, was no funding proposed for seismic due to likely changing standards. But my question is, where are we at with the legislation? And 2, I know we had a fund put aside for seismic, and where are we at with that, please?
Can I, Councillor, I don't know off the top of my head. Can I suggest that I get an answer and feed it into you before the debate concludes?
Yes, please, because my next question, it may not be to you, but to our kaimahia, to our staff, is that depending on the response, could that seismic, wherever we end up, could that be allocated as first taxi off the rank to those 2 local board projects?
I don't think we'd want to preempt that. The seismic fund is there for a reason. We would want to go through a proper prioritisation process for all the seismic projects that would be relevant to that fund.
Kia ora, Violet. So, CEO, that might be something that you may come back as well, because if we're looking at this Fix and Finish Fund, I mean, and you've got 2 local boards, they're obviously not going to get anything out of this. This has been an issue, is really to come back with that information and then have a look as to the process. So I'll leave that with you. Thanks, Phil. Kia ora, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
My question is just coming back to the, obviously, we heard that we'd saved a significant amount of money, 600 million. And I just wanted to double check with the numbers on that. So can I just get confirmation of how much savings over the target we actually made? So we had our target, and then what's the difference in terms of the additional?
Hold on, councillor, this is a different item, right? That's...
The only reason why I'm asking is just to see, in the past, with the savings that's made, if it is additional, does that go straight onto debt? Just to get my understanding of the questions that have been asked about debt and borrowing money.
So to the extent that we've achieved savings targets, savings over and above the targets, that provides a beneficial impact that does pay down debt. And then when we set our budget projections each year, we bake that in, we factor in that forecast. And so the budget's going forward sort of reflects the best forecast we had around where those targets were landing.
Okay, I just wanted to check that, because if we were above the target that we were looking at, whether there was a difference there that we could have considered to borrow the money on, but
So
looks like there isn't.
So we'll have that saving period is finished. We've already paid down debt. So either way, you'd be borrowing more money than you would otherwise if you were to spend more money on this initiative or any other.
And just remember, we've got a pretty high savings target again this year, 87 million. Right, councillor Dalton.
All right, just the last question regarding C. If B is satisfied, does the money go from council to the local board or from council to the third party?
Yeah, through the funding agreement, it would go from council to the trust, to the third party. The local board or council is one entity.
But actually not, because possibly the other projects are going back through the local board's budgets.
They would be inside the local board's budgets, but the local board budgets are all part of the council's budget.
I understand the process. I'm just trying to understand is, the money could go to the local board and then the local board could send it to, they would grant it because the wording is grant. So is the grant from council like what we would say a regional grant, or is it going to the local board and then given out as a local grant?
It would sit as a grant on the local board's budget.
But in terms of how it would work in practice, so it wouldn't just be a top-up of the local board funding for them to have discretion. It would be a particular grant for this purpose through a funding agreement, and it would only be released through that funding agreement process. So it's not discretionary money to go to the local board. It is a grant for a particular purpose. So it's effectively, it would work in practice like a regional grant, although it would be reported as, when it comes to reporting time, it would show up as within that local board's budget.
Just to round off my question around that was the way that the resolution or the recommendations in the report is written. If B is not satisfied in terms of MCFCT, will the local board still get the funding because that is the desired outcome? Or is this tie us into granting a third party who by then might not exist because they didn't stack up?
If we're unable to satisfy the requirements of B, where staff would come back to governing body with a recommendation of a remediation action, this does not tie us to this particular delivery model. And as part of developing up the business case, I'd expect, honestly, that we'd look at the options around the delivery model and pick the best one that's going to deliver the most value for the council and the local board.
So my final question, then in fact, is it easier and less cumbersome to just have the recommendation to change the capital to OPEX and not even talk about a third party, because otherwise, if it doesn't stack up, you've got to come back. If it doesn't, the local board is still getting the money and they can choose a different delivery partner or whatever.
Yeah, look, you know what she's saying, don't you? She just wants to make sure that the grant goes for the project, and because it's a third party, she wants to be very sure that, and we've asked you this question before, that the checks and balances are in place. That's the first thing. But she doesn't want the money to go to the local board if the project doesn't step up. Is that right?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that if the local board gets the money without the baggage of the third party in the recommendation, then they can just proceed with another third party deliverer. Otherwise, perhaps it needs to come back and say, actually, MCFCT, we can't use them for whatever reason. I mean, it might work out fine, right? I just want it to be unencumbered.
I think it will work out fine, but you just want them to give you that assurance.
Through the chair, yeah, so we think looking at the recommendation, you could give effect to it by taking out all of the words after capital grant. So then it doesn't specify who it's to or what for. That would then be worked out as the delivery method during the business case.
I would appreciate that, thank you.
So you're talking about C, aren't you? Right. Okay. All right then, just give me 2 seconds. We're going to change chairs anyway. 2-minute break. Thank you. To you.
That's a hospital pass. I have no further questions at this stage. You're retired, but I wouldn't run away in case somebody pops up with an amendment.
In that case, Your Worship, I'd like to put up my amendment. It's already been submitted. I've already foreshadowed that as well. Yes, I'll move my amendment and... It's been sent. Yeah. It's been sent, and it's been written and signed and sent.
Myself. Yeah, the Manukau amendment.
It's a regional councillor's amendment, Your Worship.
Get that out. We fund an additional 25,000 to all remaining local proposals, excluding their proposed facility to be funded by additional debt with interest and depreciation funded by general rates conditional on assessment. Better value project, noting preliminary advice received on this was
the
that
staff come back.
raise our debt to revenue over a limit. $2 million of additional depreciation and result in an increase of 5 cents. Why don't we just sort of increase that for a couple of $100 million? We can buy everything that we might want, you know.
Chair,
Get
through
everyone
you, I'm
cars.
happy for staff to come back so that we can ask them questions and then we'll speak to it if that's all right. Thank you.
Just saying, you know, why didn't you make it 253 million? We could really have a good time and get everything we needed.
Make it 2.3 billion. Kia ora. Are you going to take questions for the staff?
Okay, questions. I've got a question about that. If we were stupid enough to do this, this is 20 million that's been come from something that was in 2 areas of the Auckland City, not all of it. So if we were going to put more money in than we consulted upon, then that would cost, it would have to, is the expectation that everybody would have to pay this extra bit for this? So people who are not in the beneficial area would suddenly find something that they hadn't known was coming. And where are we on consultation for this? Because we did consult at 20 million, unless I've got that wrong. Is it correct that we consulted at 20 million for those 2 particular areas of Auckland, the old Auckland and the old Manukau?
That is correct. And in terms of that consultation, you already had a funding source for that 20 million baked into the budget, that by expanding it, you are spreading the cost to all of Auckland, and therefore, in our mind, the benefit would then need to be opened up to all of Auckland rather than those 2 distinct legacy council areas.
Well, if we're going to do something like that, wouldn't we have to consult all those people? Because we consulted carefully on this. And we had an LTP that produced this as well, as far as I can see. So this is suddenly 2 bits of Auckland shoving a whole lot of money, bills on other people who haven't been expecting it. Is that not correct?
It's probably not significant enough to trigger a legal requirement to consult. But if we are increasing council's debt, increasing potential rates that people might need to pay, yeah, you could argue it's the right thing to do to consult.
But some of the area was never involved in this, and those people knew they were never involved in this. The North Shore and other areas out west. But they would be involved in paying for this suddenly. So surely we would have to let them know, do you really want to fund something or other that wasn't in your area, that you didn't know about?
Correct. At a principled level, with that cost then going to all ratepayers, it could then be argued that it should be the benefit of all ratepayers.
Councillor Hills, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's just on the process too. So I know it says results in an increase of rates, but the rates have already been struck. So I guess a question for Phil, this would only mean we would be deprioritising $25 million worth of capital somewhere else. That's all you can do within this time. This is, as far as I know, we can't suddenly up the rates this week. It's already been done. So could I just get an answer from Phil or Ross that all we would be doing is deprioritising 25 million of projects from around the city that are already in priority order?
If you were just to agree to the expenditure, then you could, without deprioritising other projects, you could just borrow more, so have more debt, and then you would resolve that in terms of the rates impact through next year's annual budget. You would have to consult with people on rates and paying for it through next year's annual budget. You could legally decide today to spend more and then consult with people how they pay it later. That might be legally possible, but is that good practice? I guess that's a question for you to determine.
Okay, and because we knew and we accepted and wanted and voted for the 20 million, and no one, as far as I know, changed that at the time, but the
20 million was the sum that emerged from this. It wasn't something that we found. There was 20 million that came out of that system. We didn't ask for any more anywhere else. Okay?
So, no, I don't need to skip my question, Councillor. The prioritisation of assets, of capital projects, this would supersede other capital projects around the city. Like, this is only what that means. Because otherwise, next week I might bring an amendment to chuck up on a few projects as well. I mean, is this, I just want to know from Phil Wilson, and I know this is getting into the politics, but I just worry about the precedent of an amendment with I've never seen an amendment with a figure like this that would deprioritise or prioritise other projects above what we've consulted.
Well, it's unplanned expenditure. You're right that the rates have been struck. Ross has answered that question insofar as how it would be treated. I think earlier in discussions there were examples of unplanned expenditure being provided for. I'd have to say it's unusual, and normally our advice would be to reserve that for the special and unusual circumstances that have created something urgent to address. But beyond that, you're quite right. This is in the political space. It is open to you. Ross has explained that it's legally open to you if you choose to go there. The staff advice, would be to be cautious.
And just the question back on where the funding comes from. So this is not from sale. The 20 million wasn't from sale proceeds. It was because we made the decision to open the Future Fund 6 months earlier than the LTP locked in. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was from the enhanced returns rather than the proceeds.
Yeah, so additional. And everyone, the whole city is going to benefit from the 90 million additional a year ongoing. It's not like the capital has disappeared.
That's correct. It is for the whole of council.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Oh, Chair, good to see you there. It would seem like whether you as Chair are going to rule this in or out of order, it is in order from what I've heard, but I am one who cannot support this, and I'm hoping that we can move on and then take a vote on whether we accept it or reject it.
Thank you for that. Councillor Leone, please.
I just wanted to raise a question about whether this could also be looked at in the annual plan. Obviously it's brought up today, yeah.
I guess our advice is that if you're looking at additional projects, the annual plan or an LTP is the appropriate time to look at all the priorities, all the projects, the rates and debt trade-offs, and make a call in the whole. And so the unbudgeted expenditure route should only be for emergency purposes or something really pressing. So our professional advice would be these things are better considered through an annual plan process.
Thank you for that. Councillor Foley, please.
Yeah, kia ora, thanks guys. Can I just get you to confirm again for clarity for everyone listening that this can be done legally by the governing body? Yes, it might be unusual, but we've done many unusual things before, but legally this can be done. And this is not setting a precedent.
So yes, legally this can be done. Whether it sets a precedent, I guess, is a political question. If you do this today, what would you do next month? Those are political decisions. We can't really answer what political precedent it may or may not set.
Somewhat inconsistent with your earlier answer, but thank you. And then also, in terms of, the proposal is for it to be sourced from debt. So no current projects will be delayed or deferred or cancelled as a result of getting this extra debt to prioritise these wonderful projects across our city. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in terms, again, I'll ask again, in terms of the airport shares brought to the table by Auckland City Council and Manukau City Council from 2010 until they were sold partially 2024, we were talking about over $400 million in dividends just from that merger period. Did the whole of Auckland, every ratepayer, every local board area, benefit from those dividends from the Auckland airport shares?
Yes, they did.
Thank you. And last questions. So in terms of that lower figure, because before I asked about the 37.3 million, which was the balance to get everything across the table. For those 14 projects across 13 local boards in our city, over 1 million people, how much would that cost in terms of interest and depreciation? So just checking those figures that we've got there in terms of, what I've noted there. And is that correct? That the increase in rates, the effect on rates, would be in 2026 to 2027, taking it from 7.9 to 7.97%, as advised. No, that's not there, but it would be an increase of 5 cents per week per average household in Auckland, to give effect to that, to allow us to borrow that money to deliver all of those 14 projects that those 13 local boards across the city have put up.
Yes, essentially, I won't repeat my answer from last time. The numbers are scalable. This is about 2/3 of the previous 37.3 million, so therefore 2 million of interest and depreciation, therefore 5 cents, or it's about $2.84 extra a year. And again, just to reiterate that would be paid for by all ratepayers.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Filipaina.
Kia ora, he mana. Kia ora, Chair. Can you tell me that with this amendment that's up there now, the only local board who will not benefit at this stage is the Otara Papatoetoe local board?
I believe under this amendment, the $8 million indoor court for Aotara Papatoetoe would benefit.
And also, can you tell me, with this particular amendment, this might be to you, Ross, this question is to you. Can I confirm that there was a discussion with yourself and myself yesterday in regards to the financial implications around putting in an amendment for either 40 million or 20 million? Can you confirm that?
Yes, we've had discussions with yourself and information from other councillors around what the financial implications might be of various amendments that have been considered. So yes, the councillors have consulted with finance staff, and we have kind of given you, here are the financial implications of different options.
Thank you. And can you also confirm that one of your staff, Mark Purdy, has been helping not only myself but Councillor Foley and our council advisors, CSAs, around this amendment?
Yes, the team have been helping with any amendments. We stand ready to give advice so that the governing body can make informed decisions.
And my last question is, with this amendment, this will benefit the majority or even 99% of the local boards who gave their project and deputation to the workshop.
Well, I think in simple terms, each local board will get the full funding that they requested, except for Otara Papatoetoe, where they will get the substantial 8 million for the indoor court.
So this amendment would benefit those local boards and the people in those areas, but the cost in terms of rates would be across the region, as the team have explained.
And sorry, just one more thing I just wanted to also mention was with the Manukau Sports Bowl, our understanding at this stage is that there isn't a plan in place to pay for any of the ongoing OPEX. The Otara Papatoetoe local board is already having challenges with its budget. So yes, while this would create an asset for that local board, it also creates costs.
Sorry, Chair, I just have to clarify that's not true. The local board actually presented on that, and they said that they would use optimisation and look at a targeted rate to cover ongoing operational costs for the stadium. Kia ora.
Yeah, but they haven't got that in. They haven't got a targeted rate there, have they?
No, but they would. I checked that with
Well, they'd ask for a targeted rate, but they just can't. Willy-nilly, we can't.
So I just want to finish off my last part, if that's okay.
I didn't interrupt you.
Ross, to your comment around this amendment, and everybody around Auckland will benefit. Can you also confirm that everybody in Tāmaki Makaurau would benefit from the $1.3 billion that's in the Auckland Future Fund that was there as a result of the airport shares being sold that were held by only two legacy councils, Manukau City Council and Auckland City Council? Can you just confirm that people will benefit from that for years to come?
Yes, that is also true.
Thank you.
Councillor Henson, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to understand the processes here vis-a-vis annual plans and LTPs. There's probably not a hard dollar figure, right? But what level of extra funding is significant enough or considered significant enough to trigger a consultation process?
That's a tricky one. We have a significant engagement policy that sort of sets out certain thresholds and criteria. In simple terms, I guess that the key test is, would people have made a different submission for their annual plan if you'd put the question to them at the time? So it is a bit of a judgment. There's some financial thresholds. There's also a public interest test. Would the public be interested? Would they have given you different submissions around the Auckland Future Fund and this 20 million if they had known this was one of the options? So it's a bit of a how long's a piece of string, and it requires a bit of judgment to say how significant is significant.
That's
right,
really
it's
helpful.
A bit of a vague answer, but that's
that's very helpful. Thank you very much. I've just got one more. In answer to a previous question, you said, you said that this isn't the first time we've come to committee and passed extra money for something, right? But in those previous instances, would it be fair to say that there was some urgency involved?
Yes, so other ones like the City Rail Link, there was a need to make a call with government on significant, do we proceed with the project or significant changes to City Rail Link, which is a hugely, if we hadn't made an urgent call, would have had serious implications. Equally, there's changes to the buyout scheme with central government. If we hadn't made urgent decisions, there'd be significant consequences for affected parties. So there is precedent for making changes outside budget processes, but they are when there are very urgent and very pressing circumstances.
Thank you very much. It's really useful. Thanks, Mayor.
Righto, you guys retire, don't disappear because we've still got more coming. And Councillor Foley would like to talk to this and open the debate, presumably.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. And look, I don't think it's a secret that all of Auckland has benefited from the airport shares brought to the table, or I like to liken it to a marriage, actually, in 2010. When the super city was created, Auckland City Council, Manukau City Council brought to the marriage a very, very fat dowry in the shape of our very valuable airport shares. And the rest of Auckland came and received the benefit of that. And since 2010, as I said, have benefited to the tune of over $400 million in dividends. Now also $833 million when it was partially sold to pay down debt. All of Auckland benefits from that. And the $1.319 billion from the proceeds of the sale of the airport shares, all of Auckland benefits from that. And we've heard from our staff earlier on today, that will be intergenerational benefit. Not benefiting today, we hope it'll benefit us going into the future for our mokopuna. This $20 million, I acknowledge that the Mayor put that up during the LTP process, or during the annual plan and LTP arguments about this all. And I acknowledge that, but even at that time I did say that was such a small amount when you consider the benefit that all Aucklanders since the merger have received from those airport shares. It's a slap in the face, really. It's a drop in the bucket of what we have received in benefits and will continue to receive in benefits. So I'm saying, looking at these projects, I sat in that workshop and I listened to local board after local board, 13 local boards that cover over 1 million people in terms of our population here in Tāmaki Makaurau, right? That's over 61% of our population and of our area in terms of a city. And I listened to each one. They weren't asking for golden bridges in their local areas. They were asking for sand carpeting of their sports fields. They were asking for their facilities that have been left to sweat and rot over decades to finally be fixed or finally be finished. They were asked to bring projects together. They sought advice over many, many months, and they came to us with the projects that they felt were best suited for this fund. These local boards from the old Auckland Council, Auckland City Council and Manukau City Council areas. Staff, it was a contestable fund, but when you look at the way that it has been divvied out, I question how contestable it was actually, and I question some of the thinking around how that was divvied out in the end, and I get it. They wanted every local board to have a little bit, because each local board that came had a very deserving project. Each local board made a really good case for their projects that they put up. So of course you're going to want to give everybody a little bit. But in doing so, you've neither fixed nor finished any of those projects. Each project gets a little bit towards something. Otara Papatoetoe loses out the most. They get $1 million to do a bit more investigation for a sports bowl that we know has a regional, possibly a regional, maybe sub-regional impact and benefit for the rest of Auckland. So all I'm saying is, let's honour these local boards who brought those assets to the table during that marriage in 2010, who we continue to benefit from. Let's honour them by actually fixing and finishing those really important projects that they've brought to the table. These are things that won't just benefit the residents in those 13 local boards, although that's over 1 million people. Actually, it'll benefit all of Auckland. I know the Epsom Library. You know, we heard from the local board there, if they don't get that funding, they're going to have to close that Epsom Library. I know the girls from Auckland Girls, the girls from Epsom Girls Grammar, the boys from Auckland Boys Grammar, they go to that library. Most of them, definitely in Auckland Girls Grammar, don't actually live in that area. Many of them come from my area. Many of my nieces have gone to Auckland Girls Grammar. So it's got more than just a benefit for that local board area. If that library closes, we know that those students, thousands of students, won't be able to use that. The same in Waiheke. That helipad, we heard from the chair then, that is not just a nice to have. Changing it into a heliport is a necessity because of their isolated location. Now we know thousands and thousands and thousands of Aucklanders go there who do not live on Waiheke. So they will benefit from having that essential service available through that project. Folks, all I'm saying is let's really honour these areas that have brought these wonderful shares to the table that we are all benefiting from, and let's actually fix and finish those projects that those 13 local boards brought forward, that all of us, all Aucklanders, will actually be able to benefit from. Kia ora, Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Filipina.
Kia ora, He Mana, thank you again. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the staff. Ross, thank you. Thank you to you, because every time there is an issue that has an impact on rates, has an impact on our financial stability, has an impact on anything that has to deal with the finance of Auckland Council, I will ring you, and then I will wait for your staff, in particular Mark, who ended up advising and sending emails to us around it. So to you, to Mark, to your team, I just want to acknowledge you all. Thank you so much. Now, when people end up, and I hear around this table, this is the interesting thing, oh, this is for political reasons. This is not for political reasons. Why? Because our local board ended up in that amendment basically losing. That's why. It's not political. I was online when I heard the local board speak around their projects. I was online. What I heard from them, and some of them in particular, was this project that we've got. Guess what? It's a sub-regional project. It's going to benefit people outside of our local board. That's what they said to us at the workshop. And I heard them say that. This is why both Councillor Foley and I, from the Manukau ward, put on our regional hat on. We get elected from our ward, but guess who we represent around this governing body table? We represent, I just want to make sure that you're finished before I continue.
No,
Well,
I can actually chew gum and walk.
What I'm
mate.
saying, I'm just going to say it very calmly. I do not like to be interrupted when people are talking as I'm talking. I just wanted to make sure that you had finished, and that's all I'm saying. But thank you. So look, this is why we've put on our regional hat, as all of us have done. And if everybody else thinks that, look, this is so unusual, you're right, the CEO said that, but it's been done. There has been precedent. And we are doing the same thing because we're looking at the other local boards that that deputised at that workshop. This gives the ability for their project, and some of them sub-regional, to be completed, to be done. This is the main reason we're doing it, is to make sure that they have the ability to fulfill what they have promised to their community. And that's the only reason we put this up. In regards to the rates, I totally agree. Yes, it's only 5 cents, but you know what? 5 cents per week is a hell of a lot when you then combine it over a year. And we know that. Both of us know that. And I know it is going to be an impact on the rates. I know we're going to borrow. Don't forget we borrowed $833 million to pay off debt. The whole of Tāmaki Makaurau benefited from that. The whole of Tāmaki Makaurau are going to benefit from the $1.3 billion in the Auckland Future Fund. You know that I made my position clear when we had that debate, but it's gone. It's in the Auckland Future Fund. I'm moving forward with that. And I have no doubt at all that what the decision we made around the airport shares and the money in the Auckland Future Fund is going to benefit us. No doubt at all. That's why I'm not going to go backwards around, we should have done this and we should have. I'm not. It's now in the Auckland Future Fund. Let's have a look at how that benefits, because it's going to benefit the whole. On item 8, Councillor Hills asked a question of the CEO, and the CEO's response was, boards themselves are a bit stressed. That was your reply to his pātai with your item. Let's alleviate that stress for them. Let's alleviate it. This is the only way that I can see, by alleviate that stress for them in regards to this. My last comment before I close is that for me, and I know it applies to everyone that sits around this table, we end up being around this table to ensure that our community benefits. We also sit around this table and look at our community that are on fixed wages. I just think that the benefits at this stage with the 5 cents outweighs for us the benefit that our community will get. So look, I'll just leave it at that and just let obviously the councillors sitting around this table make the decision. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. Councillor Williamson, please.
Yeah, look, I just want to bring a bit of history back to this, because I remember in 2010 the development of the whole super city, and one of the big debates was around the airport shares, because some of the legacy councils had sold theirs and others hadn't, and it seemed unfair. But I still remember the Treasury briefing. I wished I'd known I was going to get to this today, and I would have tried to dig it out. There was really good evidence that those that had sold their shares had downsized their debt profile, and so they brought less debt to the table at the merger. And those two that hadn't, Manukau, and I was part of Manukau, so I was trying to get as much as we could for Manukau, but it turned out that Manukau had a higher debt profile but had kept its shares. And it's a shame we don't have the specific spreadsheet to show that, but it's not quite as clear cut as, oh, we kept our shares so we should have a better share of it. What the others have done is reduce their debt profile so that they brought less to the table for the amalgamation of it. So for Waitakere and for North Shore and for other councils that aren't part of the Manukau or Auckland, they weren't as bad as it sounds, like, oh, they went and got the money and just squandered it. Many of them actually corrected for debt rather than holding shares. And so it's not as clear-cut a debate as it's just them and us. there were a whole range of factors in the spreadsheet, I remember them well, that came out with a halfway reasonable balance for most of the books that they brought to the table.
Thank you for that. Councillor Baker.
Yeah, look, and be no surprise that I'll be voting against this. But I agree with Morris, and so, you know, the bringing together of all of the councils in Auckland just brought together a whole unholy mess of different situations. And, you know, I find it difficult when we now try and hold on to things that, you know, nearly 15 years ago were something that one or two councillors had. I just struggle with that because we've been here for 15 years. We are one council now, and we all brought different things into it. It might have been debt, it might have been assets, whatever. At some stage, we just have to move on and stop living in the past a little bit and make the right decisions for Auckland. I sat here this morning and I listened to what we spent 2.5 hours grilling the CEO and Ross Tucker about finances and everything else, and I heard repeatedly concerns about the level of rates increases that, as Ross pointed out, they go from every time there's a revaluation, they go from way to, you know, one end of the city to the other. And so I just sat there and I went back to the memo that was sent out. 125,000 properties in Auckland went from 10% to over 50%. Over 50%. Not some little 5 cents, which is on average, over 50%. I have had people who are on fixed incomes who have been in tears on the phone to me wanting to know how the hell they are going to pay their rates when they're paying over $1,500 in an increase, and yet we have councillors who are just prepared to say that doesn't matter, we'll just add on in a process that is so far out of what should be and is appropriate. I just cannot support that. We have people who are struggling. We hear it every time we meet, the cost of living crisis, and you cannot ignore that. And so I will not be supporting this to increase rates, to increase debt, to give local boards, to honour local boards. How about we honour the ratepayer? You know, seriously, if you think that these projects are going to take the stress off local boards, you know nothing about local boards, because local boards have stress all over the place because they're trying to deliver. Until we give them the ability to actually raise their own rates through a local rate, we will never fix the issue that we have of the funding, and just throwing more money at them at the cost of the ratepayer will do nothing. So I'll be voting against this.
Councillor Lee, please.
Yes, I've always found this process a bit distasteful, really. It's like throwing a few bones from the carcass of our legacy airport shares around, make us all feel better. I have a great deal of sympathy for the staunch members opposite who've moved this amendment, and I can understand their reasons, but I have concerns. We have been through a process called fix and finish. I don't know where the council gets this jargon from. Nothing is fixed and nothing is finished. But anyway, we've been through it. It was a process, and an agreement and a consensus was hammered out, and then we have this change. Now, it may be extremely well justified, the expenditure that's been, permission is being sought for here, but, and the local boards are close to the community. However, the people who pay the rates are the ultimate authority in these matters, and we need to deal with them, and the way we should be dealing with them is through an annual plan process. That's when we, and God knows, we spend enough time in workshops on these annual plan and long-term plan processes. We don't have, unfortunately, the access to the community that we should have through proper formal hearings, and we need to restore that. But leaving that aside, for the reasons stated by members around the table,
I can't support this at this time for the very reasons that the impact of rates is really being felt right across the region. I've just got an email from a gentleman on Waiheke who says his rates on 2 properties, who's a business person, have gone over $50,000 this year. And people are just finding that unaffordable. And so we have to keep to our obligations and processes which are set out under the Local Government Act and decide on these projects at the right time during the annual plan and the long-term plan. So I can't support the amendment at this time. Come the annual plan and it's in the budget, fine, but not now. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, thank you for that. Councillor Fletcher is next, please.
Oh, thank you. I want to acknowledge Lotte Fully for trying to bring this to us, and I always listen closely to what she brings to the table. I also used to love to listen to the late Feso Collins because he always gave me a perspective that I wasn't kind of expecting. But what really resonated when you spoke, Councillor Fully, through you, Chair, was you were talking about the dowry that you bring to the table. And unfortunately, that hardened my stance on this issue, because the real dowry that Legacy Auckland City brought to the table was not only the airport shares and other assets, many other assets that have become controversial as we've debated whether they should be sold or not, but it brought 100% depreciation to the table. And I think if Auckland City had done its due diligence at the time, it probably would never have agreed to amalgamation. But as others have said, we are where we are, and we're sitting around this table as regional councillors. This was meant to be the icing on the cake in the Merrill proposal. It hasn't been brought up until now, and for that reason, in representing the Legacy Auckland City folk that are talking to me and the boards that have talked to me, their feedback is the cost of living stuff. People are really struggling with rates at the moment. They, it might not, in a cost plus sense, we can just keep adding a little bit here and a little bit there, but I actually think we should be deducting a little bit here and deducting a little bit there. There is pain out there. And the message I've had from the local boards who have spoken to me is do nothing that is going to increase rates, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I have Deputy Mayor Simpson, please?
Thanks, Your Worship. I just want to bring us back to what we're doing here. The Auckland Future Fund was set up faster than expected, and as a result, we had a $20 million pot, right? Windfall. Mayor put in the proposal, and the local boards, the relevant local boards, submitted to a $20 million pot. I have some sympathy for your project. I think it's a good project. But the process, and Councillor Alf, you're a stickler for process here. The process was you applied to a fund that had a $20 million cap, all right? Not a $45 million cap, a $20 million cap. What staff have done is they have used a set of criteria and impartially come up with a response that met that criteria, worked within the pot, the $20 million pot, and that is the original recommendation. Councillors, I understand your passion for this project. I do. But I'm afraid, strangely enough, I support Councillor Lee in saying that if you're going to talk about this particular project, that we look at it for those of us, well, actually, I am going to be here the next 3 years, whether I like it or not, at the next review of the current annual plan. That is the time to look at it. So I'm sorry I won't be supporting your amendment. I understand why you're doing it. I understand your passion for the project and the area you represent. But I want to ask councillors to remind councillors what we're actually here to do. To recommend an impartial, non-political analysis of a criteria for a $20 million fund, and that's what we should be doing. Thank you.
Okay, that's everybody. I won't be supporting this. It represents the very worst of everything. If we're going to go out for things, then we have to stick with what we're saying. A little bit of here will be 5 cents here, 5 cents there, 10 cents there. Next thing we'll have another $100 million gone down the toilet and we wonder where it went. We have to show some ability to show some discipline with spending other people's money. And as far as, as groups that put things forward, they put things forward for 20, hoping to get some of what they put forward. And I know that in the particular area that I was involved in, just to make sure that nobody thinks I had any say in this, the T-Paper Rugby Club missed out. And they're quite happy because we went forward expecting to offer to do something and we had a feeling free money is always oversubscribed. There is always people wanting more for nothing. And we've given out $20 million of the free money and we've told the public we're going to do this. I don't think we should spend a penny more. So with that, I should put the motion. Do you want to have a division for this, please? It's been put.
Councillors, you're voting on Councillor Foley's amendment. Councillor Baker.
Against.
Councillor Bartley.
Against.
Councillor Dalton.
Against.
Councillor Darby.
Against.
Councillor Ferry.
Against.
Councillor Filipina.
Aye.
Councillor Fletcher.
No.
Councillor Foley.
Aye.
Councillor Henderson.
Against.
Councillor Hills.
No, sorry.
Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone.
Sadly against.
Sorry, against. Councillor Newman. Oh, sorry. Councillor Sayers.
Against.
Deputy Mayor Simpson. Councillor Stewart.
Against.
Councillor Turner.
No, sorry.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Williamson.
No.
Mayor Brown. So that's lost.
Okay,
18
thank you for that.
Can we have
I think we're just about ready to go back to the... It's a close call, but I think we're ready to go back to the substantial motion, original one, which has been questioned and discussed. So I'm going to put the comprehensive motion for item 11. Does somebody want...
Does anybody want to talk to it?
I think we've spoken to it.
Talking to them. Yes. Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want any discussion on it?
Okay, get that out of the road. I can't see what I'm doing. Righto, is there a discussion for this? We've had the questions, and some of the questions sound very much like discussion to me. Councillor Foley.
Discussion, not questions, right?
Discussion.
Yeah, I just wanted to put on the table that, like I said, I found that although it was called a contestable process and we had agreed on that and, voted on that, based on the fact that not one single project was actually fixed or finished in the way it was divvied up, I don't think it really was applied in that way. And like I said, I get it in terms of the staff wanting to give everybody something. But I have to say, in terms of the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board and their project, that $1 million will do very little. It's really just them going out to do a bit more investigation, I guess. But that will neither fix nor finish anything for the good people out in the Otara Papatoetoe Local Board area. Appreciate, though, that the Otara streetscape will get a little bit done, and I understand Auckland Transport will put in a little bit as well. So I look forward to at least some of the Auckland streetscape being completed. Not finished or fixed, but a little bit of it being done. Kia ora.
Councillor Baker, please.
Similarly, I mean, I think this shows in hindsight the decision to pitch local boards against each other in this sort of way is probably the wrong way of doing this, and we should have found another way of doing this, because it's sort of a little bit messy and a little bit unsavoury, and I know there was a little bit of uncomfort within the local boards in regards to this. So some, and they're now probably sitting there going, could have been fixed other ways, but yeah, that's it.
Right. The wisdom of Solomon was required. Councillor Leone, please.
I just also want to, agree with Councillor Baker that I think it has been very difficult for our local boards that have been trying to obviously come to grips with all the changes around fairer funding and so on, and then to feel that they've had to really fight for something to actually be fixed and finished, which I know has been raised. So hopefully going forward, the process will be much better.
Councillor Dalton, please.
Thank you. Look, for me, that workshop that we had on fix and finish really identified we've got a significant issue with our repairs and maintenance. I was absolutely shocked at the projects that were coming forward from local boards that were around fixing existing buildings that should be on an asset maintenance register. We're fixing buildings that should be done under existing renewals money, and we're just seeing that the outcome of sweating the assets for so long. Some assets have been bowled over. There's a hall in Manurewa. It was a great hall, solid as a rock. Got bowled over because it had some black mould, apparently, and it's gone. I mean, we already said that particular local board area was weak on assets, so we've got to do something. There is something fundamentally wrong here with how we're caring, renewing, maintaining our assets. So that was what became really obvious to me. So I'd like to see something put in place so that we are keeping an eye on those renewals. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Simpson, please.
Yes, thanks. Look, I've already said my bit, but I just wanted to add one bit. I couldn't agree with Councillor Dalton more, and I think what happened, Councillor Fletcher mentioned that Auckland City Council came to the table 100% funded depreciation. The first 6 years we didn't fund it at all. We were $2 billion behind by the time we came to year 7. But the good news is that we will have fully funded depreciation by 2028. So we are getting there, but we're I was going to say back on track. We're back to, sorry, losing the will to
Can you fix your speech and finish it, please?
No, hold on. We're getting there, back to depreciation. But the really purpose, I wanted to thank our staff, Mark, to you and Violet, particularly you, Violet. I mean, this is hard. The timing is awful. It's right at in the middle of the political cycle. You've independently assessed this. You've done an amazing job to try and be as fair as possible, deliver the best option, keep out of the politics and just do it well. So I just think you need to be congratulated. Thank you. And I'll be supporting the recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. And I'll also like to thank the staff. Wisdom of Solomon required there. It actually was quite interesting. It was fix and finish. We had quite a lot of them were there for improve and finish. I know that the two that I was watching from afar to see had a little bit of interest. The improvements to the Tibaba Rugby Club missed out because they were there, but fortunately the main street of Otahu will be finished because you walked up 3/4 of the main street, which was fixed and all nice, and then the other quarter of the street's dreadful instantly. So I'm pleased to see that one. So on the basis of that, we've got to the end of this. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much for everybody involved in this. We've got a movement. I'm quite happy to move that Councillor Walker can alter to electronic attendance. Is that right? Is that what you wish? Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye to the carry. Righto. Good luck. Don't have a crash. Going to move to an underwrite for what I believed was called Auckland Events, but seems to still be Taki United. What is its name these days?
It is still Tātaki Auckland Unlimited. The events branding relates to the events themselves.
That in itself is a movement and a step forward. The Deputy Mayor wishes to move this and I am prepared to second it. There needs to be a long-term solution to this. I'm pretty direct with the government, as has industry. This gets us through the short term while we wait for the government, who are showing signs of weakening. We're now going to have a complete review of the sort of fiddling around here, so watch for the carefully selected words as they crumble. The other option is a general rates increase, which certainly won't get a vote from me. Mark and Ross, please address us on what exactly the details of this, which I understand looks like it shouldn't cost us anything in the short term, but in the long term. And I suppose I declare of an interest because the Mayor's careful, cautious budgeting is throwing some money into this.
Yep, so I'll try and be brief. So, as the Mayor has said, what is really needed here is a sustainable long-term solution for events funding. We don't have that yet, so we need some interim solutions to get us through. There's two parts to that. One is, funding the $7 million budget gap for this year's program, and you did that through the annual budget. But the other part of it is the pipeline, not the events happening this year, but it's the events that will happen in future years. And the nature of those events is you can't just wait until next year's budget or long-term plan for those things. The nature of these things is people will call up Tātaki Auckland Unlimited and say, we want to do an event in 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years time, but we need an answer, now within a few weeks. We need to know, will the council commit funding for these events or not? And if we can't give those forward commitments, then events won't happen. People will go to other cities, particularly Australian cities. That is the reality of the way these things happen. So without a sustainable funding solution in place, Tātaki, that they don't have the funding, they don't have a committed funding stream that they can rely on to make those commitments. So effectively what this underwrite does is it's given a delegation to Tātaki to make commitments about future spend. So they're not spending the money now, there's no borrowing or spending right now, it's about spending money in the future, but making those commitments now. Otherwise, Auckland will miss out on events. So the way it works is an underwrite facility where Tātaki are basically given approval to commit up to $30 million of future spending with no more than $10 million in a year. And there's a process where we make sure that certain criteria are met and we keep things safe as part of the processes there. And then what will happen is through future budgets, the fundings will be sorted, hopefully before the money is spent. And an ideal solution would be to have the long-term solution in play, a bed night visitor levy or whatever the other solution might be. But failing that, we need to have a backup through the annual budget. And that could be reprioritising spend, it could be general rates increase if it comes to that, or it could be re-looking at the accommodation provider targeted rate as a solution in the future in the absence of a sustainable long-term solution. So those are all kind of the things we have to be worked through in the future. It does identify a 0.4% additional rates increase as the worst case scenario. So if the commitment is made, everything else fails, there's no other offsets, no other solution, then there could be debt and rate impacts. That is part of the risk, the financial risk of making these commitments and then not having that funding sorted out until later. But on the other hand, there's significant economic risks if we don't have an events pipeline. And the worst case scenario could be that we have a bed night visitor levy introduced in a year or two, and there's a 2-year delay before any events occur because of that time lag. This is about an underwrite. It's about really a delegation to enable those future commitments to be made to ensure the pipeline can continue. But what is really needed is that long-term solution, and this is just an interim step to get us through. Happy to take any questions on the report.
Councillor Ferry has a question.
Kia ora. My question is probably more for you, Mayor, which is that we have had an announcement from the Prime Minister that he's looking at some kind of fund for major events. And I guess, I mean, my response to that was just give us our bed night levy, thanks. But I mean, not that he asked me personally, but just that's what I thought. Is there a sense that that might be how it plays out for us, that rather than central government going, okay, we're taking over the pipeline for major events for the whole country, for Auckland, there's the potential of a carve out that says, actually, you've got the capacity, you've got the systems. Either we will give you the bed night levy or we will give you an Auckland portion of what they're looking at nationally. Have you got any sense of that yet? Has there been a conversation yet? Because to me, that seems the sensible way forward.
I think they've got them worked themselves into a bit of a corner there, and he is trying to manage recalcitrant ACT MPs, and he's digging himself out of it as best he can. It's 65% of National Party supporters want the bed night levy, which we are now decided we're going to call it the big events incentive, because it's a name that ACT can't say another tax, because it's not a tax. The person who will pay the most of that in Auckland is Prakesh Pandey, who has 15 hotels, and he's the person who's most behind it, and he will be happy to pay this so that he can fill up his 15 hotels. And even ACT supporters were at 63% behind this. And so they're just trying to find some wordsmithing to get themselves out of it. I'd say when this next election that you and I are involved in is over, they will be focusing on the one after. And those 65 and 63% figures will figure in their head. So this is a precaution. It allows us to carry on talking to the right people. Some form of thing will come out of here. We're also wandering into the realms of the city deal. And that's one of the things on that. And we consulted on it. And of course, government don't consult on anything at all, really. They just kind of do it. So there'll be an appropriate time in the dead of night when we get this with a bit of luck. Your husband probably got more idea how these things happen than I do.
Oh, well, I'll ask him when he gets home. But could I just follow up then with, so do we have, and this might be more a staff question, do we have some flexibility with this where if central government does come to the party in this financial year, we can, do we have a sense of what would be, say we got, I don't know, say we got 5 million from central government, and who would we refund first, I guess, is the question, or is that something we would have to come back and have a further discussion about, which is probably the answer to the question, actually, now that I think about it. But if I could get some confirmation, that would be great. Thank you. I just want to make sure we've got this future-proofed for hopefully that happy day. Thanks.
This is very much a live issue. Thank you very much for that question. And the next person is Councillor Turner.
Thank you. I'm very timely, Mr. Mayor. My clarification on this, the bed tax, or whatever we want to call it, well, it seems to be swirling around. It seems to be swirling around since I've sat here, and it says it's accepted, but it's not, and we can't get it across, and then we're going to wordsmith the name. And I always think that when we're wordsmithing the name, we're trying to, take people on a journey to somewhere they may be not wanting to go. I had this question posed to me directly at a meeting on Tuesday night. Is this so the bed tax, which is only, if I'm correct, the proposal of something like that, which is, if I'm correct, only 40 million, but it seems to be central to all the talk we have about all the negotiations we're doing. Why? Why is that so critical for that one small issue?
Well, you've probably done deals yourself. You kind of knock off the easy ones, work into a corner, give them something or other you can trade off. And that's I think it's part of that.
What I would say
We
is...
are getting to be, which is what I set out right from the very start, to be treated as a third of New Zealand, not as Horowhenua, wherever that is.
So the other question is, which I need to pass on from the public, is it maybe is not the payment of such a thing, especially for those Airbnb type people who are actually bringing commerce to the local street almost. It's not just the payment that they're concerned about, but the paperwork compliancing and all those extra costs that will come with this. So I suppose what I'm saying here is I was looking at it to see where I could ask to divide out that particular issue and show my disappointment or abstain from that particular thing. But then again, the question was, it seems to be an integral part of what we're trying to propose. So what you're saying is it's our only bargaining chip. Is that what you're saying?
It's certainly one of them, but it's not so much a bargaining from us. It's the accommodation industry, including Airbnb, want this, and it's a result of that industry has been looking for something or other for a long time, and previous councils entered into a type of rate, which was the only thing they can do. And that was deeply unpopular because it wasn't able to wasn't related to turnover. You paid that on the basis of your land, even if nobody came to your B&B. This one here's come from that industry. All parties. I made absolutely sure it wasn't just the flash hotels. It was the motels and the Airbnbs. They all fill up when the All Blacks play. They all fill up when there's a big thing, but not every ratepayer can afford to go to the All Blacks. And so this is what it's about. And it's very sensible. It's very hard to argue against it. And so I'm quite happy to keep pushing it along. And it seems to have the support of everybody in the room here.
Just a reminder, councillors as well, we're not debating the levy. We're talking about an underwrite facility as a stopgap measure.
Well, that's possibly true. But when you enter an underwrite, you want to know what are you underwriting.
Thank you. That's right. And thank you for that, Mr. CEO. But again, so my vote on this is not voting for that. It's just voting a stopgap measure while we decide where we're going. Correct? Okay. Thank you.
It may well never be used with an ounce of luck. Councillor Walker, you're actually here now. Okay, righto. Well, in that case, I'll speak to the Councillor Fletcher.
I guess I'm with others wanting to ensure that you have all of the delegations you need from us to be able to continue to work with the government to get around this challenge. And earlier in debate, we heard about the dowry we all brought to the table. Well, for those that weren't overly fond of the legacy Auckland City, the Auckland City in its dowry bought the Auckland Fashion Week, which it launched in 2000. It bought Diwali, it bought Pacifica, it bought a whole range of events that were loved by the whole region, but funded by Legacy Auckland City. And Auckland City had asked for a long time for exactly that. And it's perhaps what went wrong was the misguided targeted accommodation rate that has left the sour taste. So it's always much harder to fix something when you stuff it up in the first place. And I'm in favour of this, I support this, but what I want to know is that you have the confidence that you have all the delegations you need along to reinforce this. As the mayor of this council, and whether there is anything else that you would like from us to support it.
Indeed, you have resolved in support of this direction. You have signed off a position, a proposal, if you like, and a scoping of the regional deal
in advance of the negotiation that contains reference to this. So between the delegation you've given me and what the Mayor has by way of a policy position for ourselves collectively, we are in a good position to have that discussion and keep the boat heading in the right direction.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I notice we have two members from Tautaki Auckland Events online, and my question is to you, Annie, probably, or Justine. Why is this so important to major events for this city? Why do we need a conditional underwriting facility?
Well, the current position we're in is we're unable to commit funding for significant major events in the coming sort of 3 to 5 years, which include 2 Lions tours, women's and men's, in 27 and 29, and a T20 Cricket World Cup in 2028. So each of those 3, as well as, you know, we are, as has been mentioned in the media, we are obviously very keen to host a State of Origin match. So without funds, and significant funds are required, we cannot compete. And our fear is that many of these events are going to pick other regions, and specifically Christchurch, as an option because of the fantastic new infrastructure that they've built, which will launch and open next year. So that is the challenge that we face.
Thank you, Annie. And supplementary, approximately how long does it take, or how much work is involved in pitching for some of these big events? They're not just, you know, within a year, are they? They are years.
No. So World Choir Games is a great example. We started the work on World Choir Games in 2020, and they visited in 2024. So it was a long lead process and a lot of work in between. So that can be the nature of how long these events take.
Kia ora, thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to speak if you want me to go straight into a speaking slot.
Any debate now?
Okay, I think we've wandered into debate now, so please retire, or rather move backwards possibly. The debate, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Simpson.
Thanks, Your Worship. Councillors, I'm a huge fan of this, and I'm very happy to move it. Major events are essential to vibrant cities. They assist both economic growth and visitor attraction, and absolutely put us on the world stage. I believe it's essential that our events agency, Tautaki, has the funding tools to pitch for events that this city absolutely needs to be globally competitive. But I also think it's important for them to be able to pitch for events that are actually Auckland perspective, because we are going to have competition down the island, all right? We're a third of this country, and it's really important for us to get these events. So I'm a huge fan of the recommendations ahead of us. I think we absolutely need to nail this. It is supported by the industry. If we do not agree to this, our city will miss out on major opportunities for economic growth. And there's one thing this city needs, it's economic growth. So I urge you to support these recommendations. Thank you.
Councillor Hills, then Councillor Henderson, please.
Thanks, Mayor. And to echo the Deputy Mayor, major events are not a nice to have. They are absolutely needed for the city. They bring people into the centre and all around the suburbs too. They make the city safer, more people, more vibrancy. You only had to be there for the World Choir Games or Pink or the Women's FIFA World Cup, which just brought so many people out, a festival atmosphere. The restaurants were full, the bars were full. This Monday night, actually, I went to the opening of Fashion Week with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, and it was fantastic to see so many people out on a Monday night, kind of with the amazing skies lit up, with our maunga in the background, showcasing the city. If we don't have these types of events, and I've caught up with many promoters in the last year or so, they said people want to come here, but the Australian cities are outbidding us, and it makes not a lot of financial sense if we're not putting the same or close to the same money in. I don't understand why the government is pushing back on the visitor night levy, and I do think they need to be putting the funding in here. MB trusted us a few years ago, trusted Tātaki to take up the fund. I would hate to see the government waste time setting up their own mechanisms and their own processes to bid for Auckland events. So I hope if they are thinking of putting funding in, they relinquish the trust to us, because that is what Auckland, we have the experts, the amazing experts within Tātaki Auckland Limited or Auckland Events who will be doing this work. But I think you think about growing up in the city, you know, the America's Cup or the Lions Tour or the All Blacks games, that's the memories people have of the city and being celebrated overseas, and we need more of that. If we don't have it, a lot of industries will die and a lot more young people will head overseas. But I just don't understand why the government won't sort of tip in similar money that the state governments are doing. But anyway, this is a good stopgap to enable us to really go out there and scout for events and make sure the certainty is there, because we've already lost a couple. We've had to pull out of things that could have been amazing for the city, and we just can't let that happen again, because if the runway disappears and the events don't come in the next 10 years, we're in big trouble. So I think this is a really good step, and thank you for everyone who's put it together.
We've got Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, look, hugely in favour of it, and probably don't need to go at length about it, but the previous two speakers have covered it really well, and just thanks and acknowledgements to them. Yeah, look, I don't know why the bed night levy is such an anathema to the government, especially, and as I've said around this table before, if you give Auckland Council the power to handle it, to levy it, and to set the rates and all those kind of things, we also carry the political cost or benefit as well. So government saying, oh, we don't want another tax or something like that, it makes no sense to me at all. So maybe they should act on it. But in the meantime, I think this is a fantastic initiative, and great to hear about the origin. And may I just say, for the record, go New South Wales.
What are you after the Sydney vote? Kieran Leone.
Thank you. Look, no, I agree with everyone's comments. I'll be supporting this. I just, I am concerned about the fact, though, that we were, just a few months ago, or feels like it wasn't that long ago, that this was on the table, and that we weren't sure whether we were going to be able to fill this hole. And look, I'm glad that we actually have come up with an alternative, because if we didn't, we know we'd be losing so much for our city. And look, this is Auckland. We're the biggest city in the country. We are supposed to be the economic powerhouse of the whole country, with our 38% GDP. And what have we got back from government in the last 3 years? Well, we haven't been able to get that much. Hopefully when the regional deal does come back to us, hopefully before the end of the term, we've got something clear about the central government's commitment to the fact that we are the economic powerhouse of this country, and should be shown that with the dollars that come back to our city. So, look, I think it's a great, it's a necessary move from council, but concerning that it was, very much up in the air last year as to how we were going to be able to address this. So well done that we're going to be able to do it in the interim, but we need to put that pressure on government. Thank you.
Well done. Councillor Darby, please.
Thanks, Mayor. There's been a lot of discussion about events and how events can extract better value for or contribute to a better economy in Auckland, but I don't think that this is any silver bullet to the malaise of the Auckland economy and its contribution to the national economy. I think that's a much bigger discussion. There's been quite a lot of media about the bed tax recently and how that's going to be, the big saviour. How small is the mind if you think that's going to create the future-facing economy that Auckland needs to start discussing. That's another story, and that's a big conversation for the next council and government. But on this one, it's interesting, I hear, and I do support Tātaki in this endeavour, but my other caution is I'm hearing a lot of the traditional sports, the Lions tour, All Blacks matches and State of Origin and hoo-ha around that one and T20 cricket, that's all great. But think of the young people who are exiting our city at the moment. Think of them. I would actually love us and Tātaki to start thinking about this event's budget or facility, to start looking and targeting those that want a culturally rich Auckland. They want to go to the events that actually hold them here. They want to say to themselves, well, yeah, I went to this one and that one, and it made the difference between me heading off to Melbourne or Brisbane or somewhere like that. Because I actually hear a lot of our young people not seeing Auckland as their home because they don't see that the cultural immersion like there used to be here. It's been lost. They're not getting it. So, in short, my first caution is it's no antidote to the revival of the Auckland economy. And second is, let's think about the generations that are not represented around this table. Start thinking about the young people who we want to have stay in Auckland and look at how events might contribute to them staying.
Thank you for that endorsement for the Technical Alliance. Ken Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A little bit like the councillor before me, we talk about stimulating Auckland and the city with big events, which are not our culture, which come in from overseas themselves. A huge portion, the majority of our tourism that supports our hospitality industry in this country is local. And out in the, as you get in the outer reaches of the Auckland area, away from the CBDs, it is local activities like the yearly fishing competition or some farm day or all the different sort of things which are more Kiwi that bring the tourists around. So I want to make sure that we're not just, we sat here before talking about rates and the costs on everybody. Who are we actually taxing for this? And who's actually getting the result from it? I agree, it's a big subject that I haven't been able to rationalise the size of the subject compared to the size of that kind of minutiae of our fix we keep talking about. But Mr. Mayor, I'll support this because I want to make sure you have the ability to go ahead with your negotiations like you are good at doing. But as it's an interim measure, I'm certainly wanting to let people know here I'm not fully sold on what may be offered to us in the future. So I'll support it reluctantly today. Thank you.
Just to answer that in a way is that all the accommodation industry is involved here, including the Airbnbs who fill up when there's a surf contest at PR or when there's a fishing contest on the coast. And the discussion I've had with the accommodation industry, who are the ones that are putting this in, is that they will have an input with Tātaki into what this money gets used for. And so that they will have the ability to say, well, don't forget fishing contests. It's not all just opera or footy. So good point, but that's the breadth of it. And I'm sure the accommodation industry in the regions will make sure that they are getting a return for the investment. Councillor Filipina from the regions.
Kia ora here, mana. Look, I will be supporting it now, and I look forward to see whether there's any impact on rates and any impact on the financial situation we find ourselves. you know, because previously there was a lot of concerns about that. So that's what I really look forward to. But I totally agree that the events will bring some money back to Auckland, as the Auckland Future Fund has. Kia ora.
Thank you for that, Councillor Filipana. Councillor Fletcher, please.
Thank you. In throwing my support behind this, I think that we need to think about both our hearts and our heads. There is a very strong economic impetus in terms of trying to bid and get these events that we know we can sequence and we know that we've got coming, and particularly with the convention centre coming online and everything else. But if I go back to Legacy Auckland City and why it made such an investment in major events that this council has inherited, it was about the jobs that it created and the prosperity, but it was based on the theme of Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau, first city of the Pacific. It was based on the premise of bringing events together that would unite us in a way perhaps that Councillor Darby has touched on. We all need a sense of unity. We do need a sense of belonging. And the venues that council invested in were all part of actually inspiring our young people and getting them excited about being Aucklanders and excited about the opportunities that existed here. So I hope that we can put our faith in Tautaki Auckland. It probably rankles with me, given how passionately I felt about this issue, that we stuffed it up so badly with the targeted accommodation rate. And I can imagine that the government will sit there and be thinking about judicial reviews and everything else that was associated with that. But I think that the Mayor has tried to recalibrate, he has tried to present it differently, but at its heart, for me, will be the sense of being really proud to be an Aucklander, because that will be the compelling competitive edge that you can sell internationally, that people will want to come to Auckland, not just because we've got the cheapest accommodation, not just because we've finally sorted our congestion problems out and we can move people around with accessibility. It will be because of those unique features, our Hauraki Gulf, the Manukau Harbour, the volcanic cones, the manga, it will be about our people. And we haven't sold that particularly well lately. And I hope that we can bring this heart and head together and persuade the government that we really need some form, let's not put a name on it, but some form of enablement for this to occur. So I hope you're successful.
Okay, that's it. I'm going to put this motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, carried. So we look forward to an exciting Auckland over the next few years. Try and hold your excitement for item 13, the disposal of property. I am reliably informed from Carl and Letitia that this will not be contentious, but and the proposals have been endorsed by the local boards, and I'm hoping this is the start of an avalanche of these.
If it speeds things up, I'm happy to move it.
Beg your pardon?
I'm happy to move it.
It's moved by Councillor Fletcher and seconded by Councillor Newman, I believe. And please, that's Carl. What happened to Letitia?
Right, Letitia's in the ether. So, ngā mihi o te wā kia koutou e mahi ana o he team leader portfolio review. Ko Kalme Takawingawa, no reira tēnā koutou katoa. So, yep, I'm here to speak to my report, which has already been summarised adequately by the chair. Just to add that the properties are no longer required for their public work purpose. Consultation within council and CCOs has not identified an alternative public work. The relevant local boards have endorsed the recommended disposals for asset recycling, albeit with varying degrees of enthusiasm, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councillor Philly, you have a question about this?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the report. Just curious for the Papatoetoe property, it's in the Otara Papatoetoe local board. Will the local board give any feedback on that? And then also, in terms of the funding, the proceeds from the sale, will that go back to the local board or does it go into the general budget bucket?
Okay, two-part question. The local board's feedback was that they endorsed the disposal, but they noted that they thought it ought to be a service property rather than a non-service property for asset recycling. The reason for this was because it had originally been acquired with the purpose of creating a park, but this never happened because there was also a designation on the neighbouring property, and the then Manukau Council declined to use its powers under the Public Works Act to acquire the adjoining property. So the park never happened. The proceeds will in fact go for asset recycling, that is to say they go into the central pot, and that is because it is a non-service property. So even though it was acquired for a service use, that service use never eventuated, and one of the definitions of a non-service property is a property that has not been used for its original service purpose.
Yeah, kia ora, thank you. And just one more question then. So the consultation that's mentioned in the report, does that have to happen, and then what sort of time frame are we looking at? Will it be in the next term, the new term?
No, consultation has already taken place.
Okay, how do we flog these things?
Well, Mr. Chair, that will be up to the transactions team.
I mean, can you speak English? Are we selling? Is the transaction team capable of selling anything, or are they going to go and find a real estate agent who will actually do the work? In which case, why do we have a transaction team?
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. I can speak to that. Letitia Edwards, Head of Property Optimisation, Acquisitions and Disposals in the newly formed Property Department. Apologies, I was a bit delayed getting into the call. My team will certainly be prioritising progressing the sale of these properties. There will be a few things that we need to work through in terms of the building that is encroached in the road reserve for 135 Dominion Road, but we will be commencing work as soon as possible. We always do when we get properties approved for disposal. Sometimes that can involve needing to offer the properties back to the former owners in accordance with obligations that we may have under Section 40 of the Public Works Act before we engage real estate agents, but we always instruct at the earliest possible opportunity to get them on the market.
Okay, now I understand there's a hell of a lot of properties that have been bought under that are floating around. Do you think we could look ahead and perhaps prepare them so that then they get approval before, so they come to us clean rather than claim it another mess? Is that a possibility? Just trying to sort of
yes.
bring it to the realm of real estate.
Yes, yes. Look, there's a few things. There's a few things in that, Mr. Chair, Your Worship. We do actually have legal obligations to offer properties back to the former owners within 12 months of them ceasing to be used for a public work. So we do move very, very quickly for properties which are subject to offer back. Where we've got other obligations that we need to work through, such as revoking the reserve status, we can only commence that work with a governing body resolution. The Department of Conservation, for example, wouldn't accept an application from us until we've had this governing body resolution. So it does depend on what the issues and are that may constrain a property and the steps that we take, but please rest assured that we do move to progress things as soon as possible.
Can we get a blanket approval just to get on as a Department of Conservation?
That may trigger obligations that the council has to former owners, Mr. Mayor, and I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, if you've got the obligation, why not clear it? I mean, I'm raising this because the land at Mangawhau, which we have sold into our books for a large sum of money, and when we set the contract up to do the CRL, and so we know it's going to be sold, I discovered that we haven't spoken to the Maori. And yet we've had 5 years to do that, and yet the iwi does have a say in there. And so we could, is it possible to look ahead a bit?
Mr. Chair, I haven't personally been working on that project. I can potentially arrange to have a briefing with yourself, with your office, about some of the other projects that we have in our that we have in the pipeline. My colleagues in the Auckland Urban Development Office are progressing the Mangawhau project, so I can't actually speak to the details of that one, sorry. But for what we do have in the Property Department pipeline, I can assure you that we do have a long-term view of the work that needs to be undertaken, and are moving to undertake that work in as timely a manner as we can.
Okay, well, in the future, I think we'll get you and the Urban Office back and explain to everybody what processes we are going through here, so we do understand it. But in my view, if we think we're going to sell something ahead, even if you're not involved, it should be the ethos of your office. If we have to discuss things with iwi, we get on and discuss things with iwi. Iwi are quite commercial, I've found, and they're quite happy to chat back, so please do that. And I have two more questions in the meantime from Councillor Lee, followed by Councillor Duff.
Yes, in regard to 10 Lansdowne Down Avenue, Papatoetoe, it was purchased as a park, and the vision, and no doubt Sir Barry Curtis was across this, was to create a bigger park to enhance the amenity of the area. Unfortunately, that vision wasn't able to be achieved, but we still have half a park, if you like, and yet the single house next door, there are now six dwellings where once there was one dwelling, and yet we don't seem to have the flexibility, or if you like, generosity of spirit to say, well, there are people living in an intensive lifestyle, 6 dwellings where there was once one. Why can't we enhance, reward them even, if you will, enhance the amenity of their neighbourhood by keeping that section next door, which is covered in, mainly covered in lawn, as a local park, a pocket park, to enhance the amenity of that intensively developed area. And yet, apparently, it doesn't fit the criteria, conform to the council's open space criteria. Well, if we're going to intensify, as I understand we are, maybe we need to be a little bit more flexible and imaginative about using the land that we actually own, that was bought by visionary people before us, and turn that into a small park and enhance the amenity of those people who are living in 6 dwellings where once there was only one dwelling. Why can't we do that?
I would suggest that's beyond the scope of my report. First point. Second point is it's currently a residential dwelling. It is not a park. It has never been used as a park.
Councillor Darby, please.
Just a brief clarification on 135 Dominion. So we acquired that, and then we realigned the road boundary to take front of the building, and now we'll, in our disposal process, we look at how we reface the building or demolish the building, because most of the value is probably in the land there, but I just want to get my head around that.
That is correct. I haven't made a recommendation as to whether the building should be demolished or not, because I think it is better to allow the transactions team room to manoeuvre. But yes, the front of the building encroaches onto what is now legal road. It is going to pass into private ownership, therefore the encroachment cannot be allowed to continue.
Contrary, carried.
Record my vote against the sale of 10 Lansdowne Avenue, Papatoetoe, please.
Please retire. We're going to have a debate about this, please. And who wants to say anything? Councillor Fully.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment because I know that the local boards often tell us how frustrating they find the whole optimisation process, and I think this is one example of that, where the local board would have enjoyed the proceeds of that sale or benefiting from the sale of, and it's just a fine thing that makes it service or non-service in terms of the definitions applied to that property in Papatoi. And I just wanted to raise that in this space because, you know, it's an example of the sorts of frustrations that our local boards have to put up with. We're telling them all the time they need to sell, they need to get revenue, and they find it so difficult to do so because of these, you know, red tape and fine balances and differences in interpretation that we put on things. Kia ora.
Anybody else wish to? All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much. We haven't got much left to go, but I do have a request for an electronic connection for Councillor Fully, who's... Leone, I'm sorry. Late in the day. I didn't mean you to go. Councillor Leone, all those... I'll move that. Seconded by Deputy Mayor. All those in favour, please say aye. To contrary, carried. Don't have an accident. Okay. With great excitement, we're going to move to the health, safety and well-being of everybody here. And the Deputy Mayor has moved us already. And who's healthy? Andy is unbelievably healthy. Well, second. How are we getting on with the full well-beings disappearing? Will we only have health and safety in the future?
Definitely well-being also. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor and councillors. I'll take the report as read, but just would like to highlight 4 points, please, that that shows progress since the last reporting. The first one is the reduction in the residual risk of non-compliant health and safety management from critical to high, which is a result of some really good progress made in our key work streams, such as the health and safety management framework, contractor safety management framework, and our key safety requirements in particular. Also, you're receiving for the first time our updated reporting improvements that have been delivered in this report. They include some optimised measures and formatting, and hope that they give you a better overview of the risks and associated controls within council. There's also a 3-year plan for development for the health and safety strategy and objectives outlined in the report, and also just highlighting the contractor safety management framework project is on track. In fact, it's running 1 month ahead of schedule, and we'll be going out to pilot contractors and sites in September, so that is great progress for that. Thank you. Any questions?
Councillor Turner.
Thank you. It's a big question. I tried to read through some of that stuff, but I think we all understand the costs that health and safety is bringing to council. You know, I have people say to me, health and safety is not council's job, but it is our cost. And what I'm trying to say by that is, you know, we look at our roadworks, we look at our, you know, our maintenance of our open spaces and some of our built facilities, and the health and safety regimes we're applying to those are doubling the cost of the bills, etc. The private sector it suffers from the cost of health and safety. We all benefit from the results of it done properly, but the private sector isn't facing the costs that we seem to be facing in you know, this council sector. And then it also leads on as far as our volunteers. We're having trouble keeping volunteers in our parks and in our community spaces, because the health and safety burden that they only turn up in their time off to weed someone's garden or to trap some pests, and the health and safety protocols we put across them are extraordinary. I was at a meeting a little while ago where it was a farewell to Jack Hobbs at the Botanical Gardens, you know, and the room of volunteers there were all my age or older, in their late 60s, 70s. And, you know, we gave them forms to fill out. I was shown them by one person, you know, have you had a hip job? Have you got a pacemaker? Have you got a... And these sorts of burdensome parts of that are bringing what we're actually trying to achieve down, you know, to it's overburdening it to where it's having an effect on us, a cost-benefit effect. Are you happy after all that? Are you happy that the policies you're working on now at least analyse and try to balance my concerns? Do you consider my concerns reasonable?
Thanks for the question. We do have a duty under the Act to look after our kaimahi and others includes our volunteers. So what we need to be able to do is to do everything practicable within our power, excluding the cost, to keep our kaimahi and our volunteers safe. We also have a duty, an overlapping duty to the work of our contractors, and we lean in to support some of them as well. However, the private sector do manage their own health and safety, and that cost is with our contractors. We're not forking out costs and funds for private companies at all, but we are supporting them in delivering their duties under the Act.
I think I'm aware that the Health and Safety Act used to have in there quite a few words about reasonable risk, reasonable mitigation at reasonable cost. And that word reasonable has mainly disappeared out of the Act. But I think I'd say that your answer kind of sidestepped what I'm trying to say, which is, do you think we're reasonable in our demands as when it compares to the cost benefit to council and to the people we're trying to protect?
I think we're extremely reasonable, and the cost of a life is far greater than any cost that we're putting towards health and safety measures and controls.
The value of life is, the cost of a life is that the value of that life is dependent on the environment, the ambience of that life. What I mean is if we're not doing our maintenance, if we're not cleaning our drains, if Auckland Council is not getting, Auckland Transport is not getting around the roads because the cost per square metre of delivering the outcome to other people's lives is also something to measure. Look, I'm not trying to campaign on this here. I'm just trying to bring to the table what I hear from the public, which is, do we really need 5 people on a roundabout, one facing every road with their arms folded, watching traffic, for 3 people to weed? That is unsustainable, and I don't believe it's any more safe or less safe than one person watching. And I wanted to know if the health and safety thing takes that sort of measure into your consideration.
Some of the examples that you're talking about is more Auckland Transport and not Auckland Council. So we're not putting 5 people around a roundabout for one person to weed, just saying that right now. And I think that the measures and the controls that we have in place and the policies and procedures are reasonable, and we're working very mindful of cost.
Last thing, thank you very much. You just triggered. Yes, you're right. I do see different standards of health and safety, and not necessarily between our different CCOs or our family entities, but I can identify some inside our, say, Just Council. So that would be the other thing I would just say, are we making sure that we're applying it uniformly? Or why do I see a discrepancy in the level of that?
That's definitely one of the big pieces of work that we're doing at the moment, is in terms of outlining our key safety requirements, KSRs they're called, and that identifies risks. It defines the risk and it determines the mandatory controls that would be applied consistently across council where that risk has been identified within a business. That is where we're looking for consistency across the whole of council, and that's a huge improvement for us.
Okay, thank you for accommodating my thoughts.
Good effort. Councillor Hills.
And I was just going to say, is it true that New Zealand unfortunately has more than double Australia's fatalities at work?
That is absolutely correct. We double Australia and triple the UK.
And if we have examples of overzealous, potentially examples, should we be taking them to you guys if we think there may be waste or a balance that can be made?
Absolutely open to hear that.
Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Not sure if this really covers it, but with the health and safety, I'll just give you an example. Prince Regent Park, there's a park in Prince Regent where people have been complaining for many years about a lot of things that are pretty unsafe there. And I just went and had a look a few weeks ago at, there's a slide which has got about 32 steps, okay, and then it's got these plastic covers which have got a split in them. And as you know, if it's little people or even adults going up there, if you've got your shoe in there, you'd trip and you'd break your neck, okay? So they've got a health and safety thing that is around the park and the reserve, and I have got a photo somewhere, but I'll send it to you later, and it's actually a notice from Manukau City Council, the old 2783011 or whatever it was, number, for people to report if there was a health and safety issue. And so that's still there, and people have been ringing it, and of course nobody's answering it. You know, so that's the sort of thing that's happening. There's quite a few health and safety things, and what I hear all the time from the public is quite often we have park staff or staff that are driving by or walking past things, and they see things and they won't report it unless somebody actually picks up the phone and reports it. You know, so maybe it's a culture. We now have to have a health and safety well-being thing where even the staff, if they happen to see something, they should report it and get it sorted, because we could have somebody that breaks their neck. Now, I've only just, our CEO, Phil Wilson, was walking with Councillor Williamson and I down the walkway just near Bledisloe, and I pointed out, and I think it was the first time you'd probably walked down that way, I don't know, but there was a sign, there's a few signs there that are so low, down there only about like 4 foot high or whatever, that you could take your eye out. And we you know, we've seen people just about walk into these and nearly take their eyes out. So we actually need to have our staff and well, everybody needs to report stuff, and so we do have a health and safety and well-being, but it just seems to be something that we're you know, missing out on.
Can I just
so really,
reply to that?
That's all I'm saying, is that I think, you know, health and safety, we're all in it together, and quite often you have people that are driving past things and they see something that's really unsafe, and even staff, they must go past it hundreds of times, and nobody reports anything. So we need to have a better culture, and we need to have people that start reporting stuff, because we could have somebody that, as I said, somebody could fall down and break their neck and end up in a wheelchair.
Councillor, I'm delighted to confirm that I've reported those signs that you and I and Morris saw on the way down here.
Thank you, Phil. I totally support you, and absolutely improving our culture of reporting is one of the things that we would really support and drive. It's really hard to fix things that you don't know about. And all staff, including councillors, do have access to our reporting system, DoneSafe, and you can go on there every day, 24 hours a day, and report any incident or hazard. and it would be triaged through Auckland Council Health and Safety team.
Yeah, and just one other thing, which is sort of health and safety as well, I guess, is, just the other day I had somebody, they're talking about illegal dumping, and it's a bit of a health and safety thing, and there was a staff member or somebody from Waste Management, was picking up some stuff that had been reported as illegal dumping, and about 4 feet away from it, there was another lot of illegal dumping, but because it hadn't been the stuff that had been reported, they didn't pick it up. And they said, well, we can't pick that up unless a member of the public rings up and reports it. So I think, once again, maybe for health and safety, I know it's an audit report or whatever, but I think it's important. We need to start having people wake up, and if you see something that needs to be, and you're a staff member or whatever, you shouldn't have to wait for a report to come in. Really, if you see something and it's looking dangerous or whatever, report it yourself, but pick it up and take it away, or come back and get it if you haven't got enough on your load. Anyway, that's enough. Thank you. I'm finishing up, so I'm just getting my little bits out now. Simon Wilson might even report on it. Doesn't do it much to me.
I think with some safety, you can retire and look after your health in the seats behind. And I'm opening this to debate, if there is any debate. It sounds like a debate from the last two, but it was very interesting. Sorry. No, I enjoyed that. It was right up there with Councillor Turner. I could see I reminisce of the days when it was reasonable health and safety. Yeah, that was before we started killing people. All those in favour? Contrary? We've carried 1-0, but that's a victory. I need to have an extension of time, please. And moved and sense of time from Sharon and the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Aye. Contrary? Me. The noes have it. We can go home. No. Item 15. Moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by somebody else. Councillor Henderson. Any debate on this, or do I also... All those in favour, please say aye. Rightio. And now we're going to go into secrecy. Mover for that. Sorry, I'll let you know if there's anything really secret there, Mr Wilson. Councillor Hills and Councillor Baker are going to move us into secrecy. So from now on, this is an item C1. I know I've got to stop while we go into...
You haven't put that motion yet.
I did. All those in favour say aye. Contrary.
You need to adjourn.
We're adjourning for 4 or 5 minutes so that we can adjust our codes.